I'd like to pull C and E.
Evidently, there's no sound or video.
I can hear it.
This is from public.
Good now? Okay. Now that we know that John on the wall is okay to be here, we will pass, there's a motion to approve the final agenda if there's any modifications.
I'd like to pull C and E from the consent agenda.
Well, what's that? C and D.
C and E.
John, did you say?
Changes. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carried unanimously. Public comment.
Dale and Jay Ronell.
Morning. Happy New Year to everyone. You may recall. You pulled the microphone up a little bit. We're a struggling small business that was established in 2012. And over the last 15 months since the first year, we have lost hundreds of thousands of rent, and insurance. And another month has gone by, and Root Trip is still operating in violation. Nothing happened. The noise is there every day. The zoning says they cannot have a bar or live music, but so regarding our loss of income, vacant food truck lots on Sparrow Boulevard, and we're wondering.
We would be allowed to rent out some RV spaces on those lots for at least maybe the next 7 months or so. I think we should be deserving of the same grace period Root Shrimp has been in noncompliance. And that would really help our income a lot. Having some RVs out there, paying rent every day would really help. The daily noise from living next to a bar for over 200 days has been awful and extremely irritating. But the town refusing to protect our property rights by enforcing the zoning court of ordinances has been the greatest source of our stress.
Please help us. Thank you.
And the music never stops. Soon it's going to be 7 days a week. It never stops. You can hear it in the house, every room in the house. It's like we're living in the middle of Times Square. Thank you very much.
That's all I have signed up. I think there's others.
Come on up.
My name is Denise Clint. I live at 14 Sunview Boulevard. My comment kind of piggybacks on the previous speakers, and I have more of a question, but it has to do with the quality of life of us residents. And for months now, the mayor has publicly stated that letters are being sent out to property owners about the conditions of their property and cleaning them up. And I've questioned from the beginning if the town has the legal standings to move forward with sending out letters, cleaning it up and all that. And statements yesterday on Beach Talk Radio led me to believe that the town doesn't have that ordinance. And so my question is, does the town have ordinances in place to require property owners to keep their grasses and weeds at a minimum? Do we have the backbone in place already to require them to cut their grass, pull their weeds, and take care of their property? And if we don't, has that started so that we can get them legally to move forward with doing this? It's really unfair, and I know all of you are driving through this too on a daily basis. And it's beautiful that we have places like this done. We have new hotels going up. We're moving forward, and it's great. But those of us that have to drive through this mess on a daily basis or look across our street and see houses falling down because no one has stepped foot in them since the storm, just really is hard. And we need your help, and we don't see anything being done. So thank you.
Thank you.
If we can get answers to that question, that'd be great.
It's on my list to have the town attorney address that at the end. She didn't know that till just now, but is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Hearing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King?
I'd just like to take a second to thank former Councilor Bill Veach for all his service to the town over the years, and wish best wishes to he and Randa. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Woodson?
Well, I wasn't here over New Year's, much to my dismay, but I heard that the fireworks and everything were just fantastic. So I really want to thank our anonymous donors. I want to thank the town for all the work that they did for it. Lee County Sheriff's Office for their help. So Happy New Year, everybody, and we're on to bigger and better things.
It's 162. 64.
All right. I will go next.
Sorry.
That's okay. You ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's all right.
Something was being delivered.
Vice Mayor Adderall.
I would like to second the recognition excuse me, of Counselor Veach for his service to the town of Fort Myers Beach. I always say public service is a calling, and I want to thank Counselor Veach for answering the call. I want to thank the folks at Ed and Kim and Beach Talk Radio, all the volunteers, all the sponsors, Island Carts for hauling folks back and forth to the race, along with Cindy Danks and her golf carts. I want to thank Diamond Head. They raised actually almost $17,000 for the women's club, and it was a great public gathering as folks got ready for New Year's Eve. Also like to thank the folks who donated, many anonymously, along with Cole, who helped organize it. I think they raised $55,000 for the fireworks, all donated, most of it anonymously. I just thought that was tremendous and great shot in the arm for the island. I want to recognize, as we talk about some of the traffic issues here, and I'm going to raise some of this later under council items with respect to our off-duty sheriff's office who used to be here during season to help us direct traffic. But I wanted to recognize those who are at the now infamous intersection of Crescent and Estero. I want to recognize those citizens and residents and visitors who are using the pedestrian overpass. Anyone who uses the pedestrian overpass versus stopping traffic to walk across Estero there saves everybody trouble with respect to traffic congestion. If you're a resident and you're using that pedestrian overpass, you might help somebody make a doctor's appointment. You might help them get to a job interview. It really helps move traffic. There's elevators there. The stairs are real easy to use. There's restrooms there. It's a beautiful view as you cross Estero. I just really encourage people to use that pedestrian overpass. If you're in that area at all and you need to cross Estero, it's a great place to cross the street and not impede the flow of traffic. So just as a kind of a civic ask and responsibility, just encourage people to use that pedestrian overpass. I think it will. Nothing's going to solve our traffic problems, but it will help, and every little bit helps given what we're going through. So I just encourage folks to do that, and we'll talk a little bit later about the off-duty sheriff's folks who could maybe help as well in that area. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll just mirror what was said by all the people so far with the donors for the fireworks and staff. It went off really well. It was a great show. Still hearing about how great that the fireworks were. So thank you for that. Also, thank you also, Bill Veach, for your service to the community and your continued service. Even though you're not on council anymore, we know you'll be readily involved. So thank you for your service. That brings us to presentations. We don't have any presentations today. Okay. Advisory committee items and reports. Is there anyone here?
Steve Johnson.
Steve Johnson, come on up, sir.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. I'm here today on behalf of the MRF Advisory Board with regards to the discussions that occurred during the last Town Council meeting. There were 3 items that were brought up by a resident regarding specifically herbicide usage in on the beach. The second was removal of invasive species in the EC zone. And third was a request really to quote unquote soften the designation of the area instead of calling it the CWA, so a renaming of the CWA. That item was never brought to MRF, however, it was presented, so I thought I'd comment on that. So to begin with this herbicide use, first of all, it's not necessarily a timely issue. The application would occur April 1st. This was discussed back in October of 2021. Maybe if I can just kind of give you the executive overview. The Carlos Beach Temporary Refuge Stewardship Plan between the property owners, FDEP, FWC, and the town itself has been in place since at least 2010. It was put together by Keith Laconin, who was at that time the town of Fort Myers Beach environmental manager, and has really been a fantastic agreement, a collective agreement. Well, in 2021, there was a significant mortality event of black skimmer chicks down there. Basically, they're getting sand spurs in their feathers. It's opening up the birds, and they're getting staph infections, and they were dying. So the FWC came to actually to the town, and the FWC, Rebecca Schneider, came and presented to Murph regarding the options of controlling those specifically the sand spurs. The Murph deliberated on it. They first decided to use glyphosate, which is commonly known as Roundup, which is really a catastrophe for water quality. And so we objected to that and made a recommendation to town council not to allow glyphosate to be sprayed down there. There were some non-lethal options that were also, we had asked them to investigate, including enhanced seawater, vinegar, acetic acid, some ethanoic acid products, as well as propane torches and mechanical removal. Unfortunately, vinegar, although you were told that it acidifies the beach, it doesn't. Vinegar is just simply not an EPA registered herbicide, so it can't be used by the FDEP. It has to be registered. So unfortunately, that was not allowed to be used. In October, we sent a letter to the FWC saying that we don't support Roundup, and consequently, they came back and investigated the other options, and were not able to those were not viable options. So they came to actually sent a letter to Councilman Veach at the time, and he brought it to town council asking if they can use a substitute called imazapyr. Although Murph didn't weigh in on imazapyr, it was approved and it was used in 2022. So this is in place. I'm not sure why it's coming up again. Why, in fact, if town council needs to sign off on it. But that's sort of what's been put in place for that wildlife management plan down there. So that's one item I guess I'd like feedback on, as to whether or not that needs to come back to Murph for some kind of a recommendation, since it's technically already in place.
Steve, I'm sorry, what was the name of what you're using now?
Imazapyr. Yeah, imazapyr. Yeah, it's chosen because it's less toxic. It is a broad-based herbicide, but the advantage of it is that its half-life is only about a day in water if it reaches water. So there's no problems with the aquatic vegetation. I mean, there's no other way to approach it. We can't use heat. You can't be burning these weeds when the chicks are nesting there. I will say this, that there is a prescription for it. Basically, there's a first treatment that needs to go on between March and April. The initial time, that's when it was applied. There's also a second treatment that goes during September, the first 2 weeks of September, which wasn't required last time they used it. So, I guess it's the best of all the evils that we can have. I mean, the trade-offs are that we're fortunate to have all 4 threatened nesting birds on our beaches. So this is one way to continue to allow them to do that. So that's item number 1. Is there any recommendation to the Murph Council to review this again, or?
My silence is just really, I'm learning as you're talking. So this is a good educational opportunity. So I don't have a definitive answer for you, Steve, because I'm just trying to understand the various options, and not being a subject matter expert on these chemical treatments, I don't know what to tell you, but I appreciate your insights and your input.
Sure. In general, I mean, the Murph Advisory Board's against any kind of use of broadcast herbicides for sure. But I think in this situation, again, town council has already decided that it was okay, and it was applied in 2022. I think 2023, they skipped it. It wasn't required due to the shape of the beach, maybe. So here they are again in 2024. Maybe the growth wasn't quite there last year, but again, it's a problem and it needs to be. They're coming. Again, they haven't approached Murph again because they had done so 2 years ago. So I'm not sure if that still remains to be an issue, or if you want us to review it again and make another recommendation.
I'll yield to my colleagues here, but I think I'm going to defer to the town manager and his team to work with you and to determine what's best for that area. I just, again, not being an expert in herbicides and in that particular area, I would yield to your wisdom on that. I don't know.
Sure. I mean, the partnership is with the town and the other 3 folks. So I would the town liaison, or I should say environmental manager is aware of all of this having already occurred. So we're not quite sure as the point person for this agreement from the town. Again, I'm not sure why that hadn't been brought up, I guess, if that was an issue. And we had to wait to hear it from a resident. I mean, that's,
Well, I guess, like you, Vice Mayor, I'm not a subject matter expert
Sure.
when it comes to stuff like this. So it's interesting to hear, with ever changing technology, is there a possibility that there's something out there that's even better than what was used in 2022? So I would be open if the MRF committee is up for it, re-looking at it again.
reinvestigate it.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
If there's always ways to improve, it certainly can't hurt. Maybe nothing gets changed, but maybe there's something new out there that we haven't looked at, or MRF and its members haven't located, or the resident maybe
Mhm.
knows of something that the MRF can look into. So I'm not opposed to having more communication about it.
Okay, perfect. And I did talk to the wildlife biologist, and they hadn't come up with anything, but I'm not sure they were looking either since they had this already approved. So
Sure.
Is the FWC recommending anything outside of
that's
what
the-
you're using?
no, that's their recommendation. Yeah,
That is,
from FDEP. Yeah, it's part of
FDEP,
their
okay.
area-wide permit. Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where the dog barking's coming
Yeah,
from.
it's
it's magnified wherever it says.
somebody's cell phone, right? All right. The second item, again, I don't want to take up too much time here, was removal of invasive species in the EC zone. Again, this was something that had been brought up a number of years ago, and I think it was resoundingly in favor by MRF. I mean, there's, getting rid of invasive species that we don't understand what the issue is. As a matter of fact, at the MRF meeting, when it was brought up at public comment, the Austin Gilchrist was there, and he said they were already inventorying and preparing to do that work. So I'm not sure what the issue is, whether we have to ask town council, because from my understanding that it's already in place. Historically, it was brought up because the environmental manager was hoping to get resources from Public Works to conduct that work. But that's not really how it was presented. It wasn't, so I'm not sure what the request is there for removing Australian pines from the EC zone. I think everybody's for that, and I don't think there's any town ordinances that prevents us. So outside of asking for resources for the town environmental manager from Public Works, I think it's already happening. So again, I'm not absolutely sure what that issue is, and if there's something we need to look into, we'd be happy to do it on Wednesday.
I think the issue that was stated was that there's all kind of new sproutings
Mhm.
of them since the hurricane and
Mhm.
everything and not being on the beach. So I personally think that's another issue that you can work with the town and with Chad and look at those, because they're horrible and we all know it. So
Right. Yeah, they're highly invasive, and I think again, but we'll bring it up at the meeting and see if anybody's opposed to it now, or if there's any barricades from doing it. But from my understanding, there isn't.
Do you know, Becky, of anything that the town ordinances in place, or can you look into it for them for their meeting on?
Yes, I'd be happy to look into it, but I doubt that there's anything that protects invasive species.
Okay.
I mean, I can't imagine that there could possibly be. I know there's nothing in the Florida statutes.
Right. Outside of the resources to conduct the work, I don't think that, there's anything opposing that work.
Okay.
And again, in the sake of time here, I'll go to the third one, and that was this, I suppose, renaming of the CWA. I will say that that wasn't brought up to MRF during our last meeting. However, it should be known that it's already called Mulholland Point, and it's actually codified in our ordinances. Chapter 14, Article 1, Section 14-4. It suggests it's actually under the trash and litter on the beach section for that chapter. So gives an idea of of our land development code. But it basically says that within the confines of the critical wildlife area, CWA, otherwise known as Mulholland Point, Little Estero Island, whose territory is defined as follows. This area includes the island itself and the wetlands and lagoons that have formed behind the island. The northern boundary is the Holiday Inn southern riparian line, and the easterly line is the mean high water line of the old developed shoreline. And it goes on again to refer to Mulholland Point. So, unless you'd like us to add that to our agenda, to remove one memorial, the memorial name for it and consider renaming it. I lived next to Nancy Mulholland for probably 10 years. I never knew the late mayor, but again, it's been named. So is that something you'd like us to pursue?
Well, I guess the reason we're here, and I think the reason that you're here, is the process in which this discussion should have been had
Mhm.
was potentially circumvented. The person that had the issue that wanted to talk about these things was not allowed, other than in public comment, to make a presentation. So for me, it was, this discussion should have been had at the MRF level to make recommendations to come back, much of what you're doing now.
Mhm.
But the person or the resident that you're referring to wasn't allowed that option to be able to present their case. And that's why they came to us, and now back to you, and now you're standing here, when I think all of this should be discussed at the MRF level to come with recommendations. We think that we should look at renaming it, or we think that we shouldn't rename in this case. But I think that's why we got here. You're asking us to tell you if we want to look at something to rename, but is there a willingness from the community to rename it? And I think that's the point of having the committees, is to have that discussion, to say the people want it or the people don't. And then you bring it to council and say, should we look at changing the name and coming up with names? So I just feel like we're kind of going around a process here to involve people you're asking for people to give you direction on something that we haven't had a chance to hear from the public on whether or not they support changing the name or keeping it the way it is in this case. So to give you a question, I would love to have you have the discussion to see if people come like they did today to weigh in on whether they think it should be left alone, or if they have better ideas to change the name, or just give options.
Well, as I'd mentioned, that was never brought to MRF, the name changing portion of it, at any point. So I think you're referring really to the procedural aspects of how the meeting was conducted. It was ended with them, with the presenter thanking us and for being cordial and allowing him to actually get everything he needs out. So procedurally, I think it was conducted properly. It was added unbeknownst to the MRF Advisory Board, on a schedule that had been shortened to an hour by the environmental manager. And so we had moved it to setting next meeting's agenda. The actual title of the item was the 5013C, which none of the discussion involved. So we had no idea it was these 3 items, but we did get through those 3 items through the 2 public comments. But again, we don't understand also why it was recommended by the town environmental manager for a resident to come and present it when it was all of this is already known outside of the renaming, which wasn't brought up. So that was, again, I think that could be avoided, even to the point where there was a meeting with that person a week before, and not a mention was made that this would be added to the agenda. So we don't understand why there's confusion.
Okay, I think then personally for me, I think the ease of correcting or fixing any possible misconfusions is to have these 3 items added to a MRF meeting for discussion. If there's a presentation that needs to be made, if someone wants to make a presentation, they could go through the process just like everyone else that wants to.
They're always welcome. Yeah.
And have the discussion, and then maybe there is nothing to discuss from what you brought up today, or maybe there is something to discuss. So I would be in support of doing that, but I'll defer to my colleagues for their input.
No, I'm totally supportive. The main thing is the process, and I think the process needs to stay in place. And I do believe that we need to have input from the public on name changing or anything like that. I mean, we did it for Veterans, or Bayside Veterans Park now, or soon to be. And I think it'd be great to have the same thing for the CWA.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
I think that's a prudent course of action.
Councilor King?
I apologize. It's hard for me to hear. The audio keeps going in and out. So
The discussion was adding the 3 items that were brought up by Chairman Johnson for MRF to have as agenda items at their next meeting.
certainly.
I don't know if you followed it all, but okay. You have the direction?
Perfect. That's all I was here to request.
Anything
Thank
else?
you. Nope. Have a good
Thanks,
day.
Steve.
Yep.
Anyone else? Nothing. Next, we have approval of the minutes, town council minutes from December 18th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
A motion by Counselor King. All second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. John? Can you hear me, John? I'm assuming I have to wait till John can hear me, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
We're just looking to see if you approve the final agenda or the
Yes.
minutes from the December 18th meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda, items C, E, and G were pulled. Counselor King, you pulled C. Go ahead.
Mayor,
Yes.
if you'll notice on your agenda, Attorney Stuprich has added an items pulled from consent agenda right after the consent agenda.
Oh, I didn't see that. No. So we can approve the final agenda and then talk about, okay.
Consent and then pulled.
Is there a motion to approve consent agenda item A, B, D, and F?
So moved.
Got a motion by
Second.
Counselor Woodson, second by Counselor or Vice Mayor Adderhall. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, if I may just have one point of order. Now that we've renamed Bayside Veterans Park, it's up here, it's just not coming now. The sign had already been ordered, so the sign will be going up in the next couple of days, Bayside Park, but a new one's being made. We couldn't order the new one until we had it official, so it will be coming.
Okay. So just in case someone's asking why the new sign. Got it.
And just procedurally or strategically, are we going to wait to put that sign up until when the monument is or the memorial is ready, or what's our strategy?
We can, I believe that's the direction of the council.
I would, could I yield briefly to Frankie to see if we've had any movement on the memorial?
Not as of yet.
Okay, all right. Well, you guys can think about that.
Okay. Items removed from consent agenda, item C. Counselor King, you pulled it. Go ahead.
I had some concerns about some things that were on there. The Horizon Council, is that something we're still a part of?
Yes.
Okay, the link that was on the policies and procedures is invalid, so that would need to be updated. The Human Services Council, that link was also invalid when I clicked on it. And the Estero Bay Agency on Bay Maintenance, Bay Management, that link was, when I clicked on that, the page was not found. So if those could get updated, that would be appreciated.
Okay.
Also, I had mentioned previously, when this had been discussed, that the residency requirement was in conflict with a couple of ordinances regarding committees. And I just need some clarification around that, because if it's in there, it violates the ordinances regarding residency and removal. Apparently, according to the ordinances that I see, section 2-94 and section 2-96, they either have to be a registered voter or a property owner. And if those things are no longer valid, then they need to be removed from committees according to the ordinances.
Becky, can you talk about that?
I can, if there is a conflict, the ordinance would prevail over it. I had contacted Councilmember King. I had tried to, but he was in Hawaii. And so I was not aware that that is the aspect having to do with these procedures that he was bringing up. But I can go into the procedures and compare it to the ordinances and see if there is a conflict. But what would prevail would be the ordinances until we change the ordinance.
So do you want us to table this until you have time to look at it, or? simply
I've
the
got
ordinance?
I've got a couple things to
Oh,
add, that which may,
go
which
ahead.
may inform your tabling decision.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
go ahead.
but okay, just want to interrupt, but I just want, two other things, Becky. I think it would be helpful in the procedures, policies and procedure section, since we've decided, I think appropriately so, that we're going to adopt the state guidelines on the gift rules and so forth.
Correct.
And I know it's from a practical standpoint, it's easiest just to yield to the state statute, because in case it changes, then it's always the state statute. But I think in this particular instance, it might be helpful to have a little granularity into the procedures as to what those gift limits are, what's de minimis, what the reporting requirements, what the numbers are, so the public has a better idea of what those gift rules are. I know it says state guidelines, but not everybody has the ability to pull up the state statute and go research that. So if we could add that language, plus I think even more significantly, we're going to discuss procedurally how we go about the replacement of Counselor Veach. And I think I've got some suggestions procedurally how we should do that. And assuming my colleagues agree, I think, and I think even you or Nancy suggested maybe if we approve that process, we maybe want to put that in our rules and procedures
Sure.
manual. So we may want to add that as well. Can't do that yet because we're not going to get to that till the end of this meeting. So maybe we could just table that. And if we decide on a process, we could include that into the procedures manual.
And I think if possible, could it be brought back to the next meeting?
Sure.
So that everything can be wrapped up?
Sure,
And
sure.
there won't be any question about it?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Counselor Wood King, do you have any issues with tabling this till the next meeting?
No, that's a great suggestion. Thank you.
You need a vote, I assume, to do that?
Yes, a vote to table.
I'll need a motion to table consent agenda item C, Resolution 23-182 to the next town council meeting.
So moved.
So move. Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor King. Any objection? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that will be tabled. Item E, Counselor King.
Yeah, regarding the beach renourishment, that we rejected the bids is my understanding, but I would just like an explanation so the public understands, and if there's a new timeline for beach renourishment.
Chad? Mike's here too. I was going to pull it for pretty much the same thing. Can you just kind of give us a reasoning? I know it says, kind of alludes to it in the packet from the letter that we received from Mike and his team, but can you just kind of give us an overview of why you think the numbers were so high? And I noticed it said to when we send it back out, if we choose to reject it, that the wording would be to commence in 2024.
Sure. Good morning, Chad Schutz. For the record, I will introduce Michael Poff, our coastal engineer, to give an explanation to y'all.
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. For the record, Michael Poff, Coastal Engineering. Can you hear me okay? So we tried to pull off the amazing miracle of getting the beach project, most of it constructed before shorebird nesting season. To fall back, you're the first municipality to start the emergency burn work after Ian. You're the first municipality to get all of the federal agencies, FEMA, Army Corps of Engineers, National Marine Fisheries, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Bureau of Ocean Engineering Management, to all come together under one environmental document and get your permits. We put the project out to bid 2 days after we had them all in hand. There's nothing we could have done to accelerate the schedule and get this out to bid and give it a shot. We had 5 bidders at the pre-bid over the holidays, so the contractors were working. Only 2 bidders submitted bids. They both exceeded the budget. We asked the impossible of the contractors to try to get that work done before shorebird nesting season, and the numbers reflected that. They didn't have equipment in the area. They didn't have pipeline in the area. It would have been a significant Herculean effort. And so the bids reflected that. And so our recommendation is to cancel the bids, which you're allowed to do under your ordinance and by the bid documents, and then proceed to put it back out for bid and schedule the work on the sensitive environmental areas outside of nesting season, which would then allow several things to happen. Number one is all of those safeguards and protection measures won't be necessary. We won't have to have the contractor hopping around and trying to avoid all the shorebirds and the fledglings and those issues. Number two is it should open up the pool to the rest of the bidders. As I mentioned, we had 5 at the pre-bid. 3 of them didn't even put bids in because they knew they couldn't even attempt to make the schedule. We also had 2 bidders contact us who weren't able to attend the pre-bid, one due to COVID and one due to just travel issues trying to get here in time for the pre-bid. So this should open up the pool to more bidders, make it more competitive. The goal will be to restart somewhere around June, July. We have the ability to move sea turtle nests by our biological opinions. We did it during the emergency berm work very successfully. So we recommend to continue that safe practice and successful practice. And then the other work would be scheduled to commence after September 15th, after the bird season is done. In the meantime, the emergency berm is wrapping up this week. And there's another project that's out for bid that will be back to you, I believe, next meeting for the second truck haul project to address additional areas that were scoured out. A lot of the public accesses will get improved. We'll fill scour holes. We'll try to do some more work in the south end before nesting season. And so we're going to continue to work diligently to repair all of the storm damage. And so we're looking at about a 3-4 month delay on the actual dredging because of the situation.
I'm glad you brought that up. I was asked that question yesterday and I was hesitant to answer it because I wasn't 100% sure and I knew you were going to be here today. So I wanted to ask you so that you can answer it for me. The north end of the island, so from Times Square, the question was, when will they be getting a berm, or will they be getting a berm? And if not, why, essentially?
Thank you for asking the question. So the other item that we've done is we've contacted FEMA. We have a approved post-Ian recovery grant from FEMA, and that is to place 56,000 yards of sand on the north end. And we have additional funds from the state of Florida under the recovery plan. The whole goal was to build all of that together at the same time concurrently with the dredging. Because the dredging is being delayed, we're going back to FEMA and asking them on your behalf to consider the claim now as a truck haul and consider doing a third truck haul project specifically to build and restore the dune, in essence, create a berm along the north end. So until we hear back from FEMA, we don't know that we have the additional funding. It's about $80 a cubic yard for trucking. It's current bids that are we're seeing around Southwest Florida. The dredging bids are much less than that. So you get more sand for your dollar with the dredging. But with that said, we recognize the severity of the situation. So we are trying to work out a third truck haul project that could get built, majority of it, if not all of it, before hurricane season on the north end.
Another question about, I know you're looking for all kinds of grant funding. Have we looked at, because of some of the environmental things that we have to follow and the holdups what are costing more, which could potentially cost more money, are there any grant funding sources out there through environmental agencies that could potentially give us money for that because we have to work around a certain schedule?
So to my knowledge, every opportunity for funding from state and federal you have gone after. The state of Florida has already committed, I think, over $15.2 million, which includes a lot of that safeguard and buffering. DEM is supposed to be writing you a check for $8 million for this next truck haul event, which includes those safeguards. So you have aggressively pursued the funding and been very successful.
Okay. Any questions for Mike?
I have a question. So with the delay in this, what kind of position does that put the rest of the island in? If we can get approved for the berms at the north end, but what's happening with the rest of the island with hurricane season and this whole project pushed back so far?
So again, we've addressed a lot of the critical areas with the first emergency berm. The second truck haul will address a lot of additional critical areas. Obviously, putting the sand on the beach and widening the beach is the best thing for it. So we'll do everything we can to get as much sand on the beach before hurricane season begins, and then continue to work, obviously, during hurricane season with the dredging.
Mike, if I could, just so for folks who are listening, just from a practical standpoint, and I think you guys under very difficult situation have done a great job. in not only procuring the funds, but putting together the strategy. But that being said, with this most recent development, based upon, let's assume everything goes well with our next plan of attack. Originally, before this all happened, before the bidding issue happened, the hope is to begin beach renourishment, not emergency burn, but beach renourishment, the pumping of sand offshore onto shore, was going to begin on the south end in January. Is that correct?
That was the goal, correct, sir?
And so for those folks on the south end, under this new sort of paradigm that we're working under, because of the nesting season and other issues and the timing of the new bids going out, that renourishment likely won't happen until September. Is that a fair characterization of what you're saying?
That is correct, although we're going to try to truck in more sand before the hurricane season, as much as we can get on the beach by whatever funding we can obtain. The rest of it will be pumped in starting September 15th, plus or minus. Correct.
Well, that's what confused me a little bit. So we'll triage while we're waiting for those issues to be resolved up until September for the south end. We're going to triage it with some trucked in sand on the south end. But it sounds like the actual renourishment, again, under this new scenario, would begin in June, July. Would that renourishment start mid-island? Would that start on the north end, or how would that proceed, best of your guesstimate?
Sure. So the North and Mid-Island together would start in June, July, August, and then they would move to the south end September 15th. So you're correct. We're flipping the order of the pumping of the sand because they have the environmental sensitive habitats, critical wildlife area, shorebird nesting on the south end. That'll start after September 15th.
So that's a real helpful clarification. So for those who are listening, it appears because of this recent development that renourishment, again, people get confused about the emergency berm and renourishment. Emergency berm, trucked in sand, closer to the buildings, not to the shoreline. Renourishment, pumped in from the Gulf and closer to the ocean as opposed to the buildings. That's the major infusion of sand. Will potentially begin now under this new paradigm. The mid and north island, it'll begin in June, July, and August. And on the south end, it could begin sometime around September.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure people who are watching have a better sense of a timeline. So thank you. That's very helpful.
You're very welcome. And just to clarify, with the truck calls, we will try to fill some of the scour holes that are out on the beach as well, not just in the emergency berm alignment near the building. So we are going to try to put up some sand out on the beach to fill those scour holes.
And that truck haul, for example, I've heard from folks on the north end, like at Best Western, they've had some flooding posting, and that potentially could help someone like that Best Western on the north end. Is that fair? That trucked in sand?
So yeah, so the goal would be if we can get FEMA to agree to pay the truck haul price instead of the dredge price, then we would build the emergency berm. And a lot of that area had dunes at some degree as well. So basically we'll build the berm and the dune alignments that were there and provide that extra protection. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mike, what is the difference in the cost between the renourishment price and the truck haul price for the north end? Do you know that?
So the estimates would be between $20 and $30 a yard or so for dredging, and then your truck haul. The emergency berm is around $80 some, $90 some a cubic yard. We've seen it as high as 100. We've seen it as low as 60. So it just depends on the bidders and who's the hungriest. But so
60 to $70 a cubic yard, roughly.
The difference, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Counselor King, you have any questions for Mike?
No.
Is there, Chad, do you have anything you want to add?
No, just thank you for everybody's patience. Like Michael said, we did our best to try and get it done with the constraints that we had, and it was a downer not to get the pricing that we wanted on the bid, but we see the issues that are there. We're hearing everyone and working to address those issues.
Chad, under this new paradigm, which is less stress intensive for these contractors and therefore a lot cheaper, is it your professional opinion, you and Mike, that will potentially, these bids were $10 million over budget?
14
over. Is it your thought that we could shave that 14 million off under this more extended timeline?
Yeah, that's what Michael's indicated, that relaxing those time constraints and allowing the bidders to a little bit more flexibility in the job itself will hopefully bring it closer to our budget.
Okay, thank you.
And Mike, you said you reached out to FEMA on our behalf to see about funding that truck haul project for the north berm, if that's what we're gonna call it, for the north end of the island. How long, in your experience, I know it's just like a needle in a haystack with that, but do you have any idea on how long it would take to get an answer from them? Or is there anything that we can do to assist you in applying pressure, for lack of a better term?
So I know that in our meetings last week, Andy and Frankie, they're going to also reach out to Tidal Basin and your legislative delegation and make those phone calls and make the ask. They've been amazing, turning around, like the emergency berm. The additional work was turned around inside of 30 days. But unfortunately, with the workload and the claims that are in across the state, it's really hard to say. So I have seen this town move a mountain to get to where you are today. And that it didn't happen without the help of everybody in this room and FEMA and DEM. So they understand the needs here locally, and I think it's a priority for them too. So as soon as we hear something, we'll let you know. I'm talking to their subject matter expert. I know that this team is talking to the right people at the different liaisons and what have you. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate your work. If there are no other questions, there a motion to approve consent agenda item E.
So moved.
A motion by Counselor King. Is there a
Second.
Second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Just
signify
thank
by
you for
saying-
your efforts.
What? What did you say?
Thank you for your help.
Oh, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item G, I pulled that just for a quick answer to a question I saw in there. It said they would like to purchase business parking passes under the bridge, which would impact the residents that have already paid for parking passes and are not able to park under the bridge for 5 to 6 hours on Friday. I just need a little more clarification. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So we were saying if we approve this farmer's market on Saturday, the residents are going to be hindered even more with parking? Is that the way I'm reading this?
When we set up the farmer's market for the Friday morning, we provided, I think, the ample spaces that they needed for their vendors. Now we're just we're requesting, or they're requesting that same flow over onto Saturday mornings for the time frame between 7 and 2 o'clock.
To park just under the bridge.
Yeah, that's the areas that they're currently using right now.
So once they're set up, they're going and parking under the bridge under these.
That is correct, sir.
And
Yes.
by doing that, the residents that have paid for parking passes cannot now do that for 2 days? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Those spots would be taken up for those 2 days. Yes, sir.
And are they paying for these spots?
Yes, sir, they have.
So are we refunding anything to the residents that have paid to use
No,
that?
because we haven't had an issue where people were not allowed to park that had paid for parking in a large number. There are people that are calling up because they've been so used to parking in a particular spot underneath the bridge, and they don't want to vacate that spot and find another spot. We have not had an overmax on those two timeframes from 7 till 2 in the morning on Friday or Saturday.
So we haven't had an issue with parking under the bridge. There's been,
Not in a large scale, sir, no.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't
Yes, sir.
taking away a right that someone paid to use.
Yes, sir.
If there's still places to park, then
And we actually just brought on board another 25 spots that were they were leased to a hotel. They're not going to be rebuilding for 2 years. So we're putting those back in as paid spots under the agreement with the people that originally had leased them. So we just worked out that agreement last week.
so could we use those spots for the vendor? parking?
They're a little away from where their Saturday event will be. They're closer to their Friday morning event. But yes, a spot is a
Just
spot.
trying to
Yep.
throw ideas out.
Yep.
Because as we get further into season, it may not be a problem now, but it could be a month from now or 2 months from now.
Yes, sir.
Just want to have the flexibility to allow the residents the places to park.
Yes, sir.
Any other?
So I have an additional question. So Friday and Saturday now at Times Square, will this change when Santini opens and that will go to Santini, or are we going to have 5, like every day of the week markets, or what are we doing?
I think Ms. Miller might be able to address that part as far as the Santini goes.
Good morning, Linda Miller from the Farmers Markets. We don't have any projected start date with Santini. The landlord has not reached out to us at all. Previous to the hurricane, we had 4 farmers markets, 2 at Beach Baptist, 2 at Santini, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Currently, we have the 2 farmers markets. We use about 45 spaces underneath the bridge. There are a lot more spaces that we don't use that we've checked it out on Saturdays and we haven't seen a large flow of residential parking on Saturday mornings. But we have had a large number of requests from local residents that work Monday through Friday that want a Saturday market. And we've had that request for years. So we're simply trying to answer the requests of people that work Monday through Friday to be able to have a free to attend family event on Times Square. And I hope that answers your question, but if I'm open to more questions.
It does. And so basically we had 4, now we have 3 if this
Yes.
happens, and then if and when Santini could be, and then that would be an additional.
Yes, and that, in my mind, it doesn't really affect the markets on the north end because currently what I've seen on Facebook is people are having difficult traveling up Estero Boulevard. And so those south residents need a farmer's market that will not affect additional traffic flow to the north end. They will not travel Estero Boulevard. And I've heard that even before we had traffic on Estero Boulevard and on Saturdays. I'm not going up there is what I heard the south residents say. And I understand it's, they're used to their traffic patterns and, I have a lot of family like that don't leave their 2-mile radius, and I completely understand.
So is there any thought to having a different location at the south end versus Santini?
I don't know where we would have one. I was lucky enough that Bill Veach suggested Times Square because we weren't even thinking that was a possibility. So I'm open to suggestions to look at things, but Santini had the most visibility. And from what I understand, they're just now starting to talk to tenants about leases. And then you've got the tenant construction, supposedly. But I think they're 6 months at least away from even getting leases signed.
Linda,
Yes, sir.
I think that's not, that may be what you've heard. I don't think that's true. I think they're much closer than you think they are. But let me ask you, do you have a desire to get back to Santini Plaza as soon as possible?
I would love to.
Because
Yes.
I think I'm going to meet with the owner tomorrow morning. So
Okay.
I'll try to get you, why don't you send me a note with all your contact information? I'll try to get you 2 together because I think once the exchange occurs where they turn the keys over to the tenants, which I think is coming very soon, we may have a situation where that may free up that space, but I'll talk to the owner tomorrow. But you do have an interest in getting back to Santini as soon as possible?
Yes.
I
We
would,
have had vendors on hold.
Yep. I think it could be I think it could be a big success on the south end. The south end could really use that shot in the arm.
Yes.
And so let's work together after
Thank
the
you,
meeting
Jim.
to talk about
Yes.
that. Yep.
I know you have the south end as all of Fort Myers Beach, but you have a particular space in your heart for the south end. So
Well, let's see if we can get that done.
thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any other
Thanks, Linda.
questions?
No, I don't have any more. John, do you have any questions? No, doesn't look like, or he can't hear me. Kind of looks like Andy Reid on the wall, doesn't he?
I see his eyes moving.
Anybody watches football? Kind of looks like Andy Reid. All right, thanks, Linda.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda item G. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Allers, second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. All right. The next 4 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
All right, zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances are all quasi-judicial in nature, which requires our public hearings to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow basic standards of due process requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards and decisions made on competent and substantial evidence presented to the town council in written documents or oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code or state law as may be applicable has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based on personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in and your qualifications or interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency, before beginning any of the 4 public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters. Town clerk, will all agenda items properly advertised pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they were.
At this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this for the record at this time so that we can assure that we will have a quorum present for review of the item.
I have a conflict with item public hearing A. And I will provide the Form 8B with the town clerk.
Okay. Everybody else okay with that item?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. At this time, if there is anyone present, including the applicant, property owners, or staff who intends to provide testimony in any of the 4 hearings, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. All parties have been sworn.
All right, this item is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Town of Fort Myers Beach Ordinance Number 18-04 and amending the conditions for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 1170, 1180/1192, 1204/1206 Estero Boulevard, 251 Crescent Street, 1150 Fifth Street, and unaddressed parcels. Parcels generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070 MCP parcel number 3, 24-46-23-W3-00006.0000 MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-23-W3-00206.0060 MCP parcel number 1, 24-46-23-W3-0009.000 MCP parcels number 2 and 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0494.2609 MCP parcel number 2, 24-46-23-W3-00205.0070, 19-46-24-W4-U0491.2610 MCP parcel number 2, 19-46-24-W4-0140B.0070 MCP parcels number 2 and 5, 19-46-24-W4-U0496.2608 MCP parcel number 2, and 19-46-24-W4-U0498.2607 MCP parcels number 2 and number 6, Fort Myers Beach, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll now open the first public hearing. Yeah. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by the town and has based his education experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good morning. I'm Steve Hartzell. I'm an attorney with Pavis Law Firm. Been practicing in land use and zoning since 1983. I've got 41 years experience doing this. I've testified numerous times before numerous boards throughout Southwest Florida. I was qualified as an expert for the LPA. I submit myself as an expert in land use and planning and zoning.
Okay.
You need to vote on that, and that is appropriate background.
Just
witness.
a parliamentary inquiry. If he's been qualified for the LP, we still have to qualify him for the
Yes.
council? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And is this something I can vote on, even though I have a conflict with this item?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We had a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion?
King.
King,
Thank you.
Woodson, sorry. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Staff, will the staff please proceed with the presentation on this item?
Good morning, counselors.
Oh, sorry, I forgot one line.
Of course.
Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes, okay. Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
No problem. Hello, everybody. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Community Development Department. So what we're here today is for the first of two readings before Town Council on an amendment to a CPD ordinance for what is generally called Margaritaville. There are a few different asks that are part of this entire amendment. The bulk of it tends to revolve around changes to the beach club and aquatic venue area. And those are the areas and parcels that are on the beach side of the Margaritaville properties. So this is the Gulfside Beach. As part of their ask, they are requesting to, among other things, change the hours that they are allowed to be open. Part of that change would also include an extension of their amplified music. And some other changes that have been asked for in here are more perfunctory. They're just some changes to some incorrect notations that were noticed in this revision. So what is actually being requested here is based on LPA's suggestions to the applicants. They've gone back and changed their request, and they will be requesting a 10 p.m. closing for these areas. This is, again, is the beach club and aquatic venue area. They are requesting that amplified music be allowed up until 9 p.m. in those areas. As part of this, this would allow then for the use of that area. Again, this is beach club and the aquatic venue for private events. As part of that specific request, they were asked to also bring back definitions of what they consider to be private events. And the applicant's representative will be addressing that.
Jason, just so I don't get
Correct.
completely confused here, this is a new proposal post LPA, correct?
This is functionally the same, but they've gone back and reduced some of the hours.
Right, so the hours are different from what the LPA heard.
Yes.
Okay,
These
And
are
from
different.
what was in our packet, correct?
I'm sorry?
And from what was in our packet?
So they have sent back some changes that were done after we had already uploaded the documents.
Okay.
So what what the gentleman is going to be presenting today is going to be the most recent request, and I believe that's represented in the packet that he has given to you.
This,
The staff still has a couple questions that we would like to get clarified, if we may. We are, again, trying to figure out whether or not private events have any defined end time in this ordinance. The language seems to indicate that once the aquatic venue and beach venue is closed for the day for normal operation hours, that they would allow for private events. There's no discussion in that in the new language as to whether there would be an end time for those private events or not, regardless of whether or not they're allowed to do amplified music or not. As a continuation of that thought, we were just trying to specify whether or not the applicant believes that the term ancillary uses would include these private events. Specifically in the language that they've presented, they said that the end time for ancillary uses would also be the 10 p.m. closing. So we don't want there to be any confusion about when events will be going to if there are private events that are happening. Staff would also like to clarify the allowance for music, and that will be ending at 9 p.m. With the private event. So that's really just a continuation of the previous thought to understand when that closing time is, if there's one that's to be described, and whether or not the limitation of 9 p.m. music, regardless of when private events end, will also be into effect. One last thing here that is being asked for, any of the noise related issues, the applicant through their new language is basically putting that up against the town's noise ordinance. So it would be controlled by the noise ordinance, regardless of what comes out of their private events or not. So therefore the sheriff's office would be responsible to respond to any complaints of noise, and it would be done under the town's noise ordinance. Staff is here for questions that you may have. The applicant also has applicant's representative has a presentation, and they're there for questions as well.
Are there any questions for Jason? Counselor King?
Done.
Counselor Woodson?
not yet.
Vice Mayor
And
Edelman?
not at this time.
Thanks, Jason.
Of course.
Would the applicant please proceed with your presentation on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I mentioned, I'm Steve Hartzell with Pavis Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of TPI. With me today is Tom Torgerson, representing TPI as well. We're back with a minor change to the amended Margaritaville CPD. The amended Margaritaville CPD is ordinance number 23-09. And that's a kind of a technical point with regard to the ordinance that's included with the packet, which is number 2401, addressing these changes today. The ordinance that's in your packet right now references ordinance 1804, which was the original Margaritaville CPD. It's just really a Scrivener's correction in number 2401 that needs to be addressed to make sure that we're referring to the amended Margaritaville CPD. I just mentioned that to get that on the record. We've already talked to staff about that, and that's going to be addressed in the second reading. We're back with some minor changes to the original CPD and the one that was amended, as I mentioned. This is for the beach club area, and you'll see in the slide, and you've also got the presentation, slide number 3. We're talking about the Gulf side parcels 2 and 5. Why are we asking for it? Your land development code provides that where there are changed or changing conditions that make the request appropriate, or an error or ambiguity that has to be corrected. And in this case, we've actually got both. The changed circumstances obviously arise from Hurricane Ian and its impacts on the community. We're looking to make some minor adjustments to the hours of operation to help ensure the success of Margaritaville, which we hope will anchor and inspire redevelopment on the beach. Recently, during the soft opening, as we were getting ready for that, we noticed that there was some inconsistency in the references to the master concept plan page numbers in conditions 6 and 18A. And at the same time, we recognized that there was some ambiguity about the use of the outdoor beach club areas when the aquatic venue, the pool area, gets closed. And so we felt like it was appropriate to address both of these at this time. Obviously, once the beach club is complete, it's going to represent a magnificent landscaped area. It'll be perfectly suited for evening receptions for things like civic or corporate or community or similar groups who want a venue for various social gatherings or private events. The beach club with its food and beverage services are already available until 9 p.m. When the pool and the aquatic venue, the pool area, is closed, that area could also be used for these private events until 10 p.m. Originally, we had requested before the LPA to extend that to 11 p.m. Based on the questions and the comments from the public and from the LPA, we've reduced that to only 10 p.m. So that's the new closing hour that Jason just referred to. So we're requesting that it be extended until 10 p.m. And with regard to the amplified music, which previously we had requested be allowed to go until 10 p.m., we're now only requesting that the amplified music go until 9 p.m., which is effectively what's presently permitted, without the reference to the sort of ambiguous 1 hour after sunset. We're just setting 9 p.m. as the end date for, or the end time for amplified music. So those are the changes that we're looking for. In slide number 4, I again point out that we're talking about parcels 2 and 5, the beach club area that's only on the Gulf side. This 3D rendering shows the beach club area, which is on the lower right, and I point out that it does not include parcel 1, which is that upper left pink area. In slide number 5, you see Margaritaville CPD condition number 7 limits the non-resort guest use of the aquatic venue to a maximum 325 non-resort guests. Condition number 7 is not going to change, so that still stands. However, during the hours when the aquatic venue gets closed, those other beautiful outdoor areas of the beach club would be vacant.
Steve, if I could, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I watched the LPA hearing.
Okay.
And where one piece I got a little confused on is the aquatic area for the guests at the hotel and for the club passes that are offered that day. When does the aquatic area close for those folks? What are the hours for the pool?
The beach club and the aquatic venue presently are open until 1 hour after sunset up to 9 p.m.
Okay. So, and the pool and the beach club are in essence tied together in terms of their operational hours. Is that fair?
Yes. If you look at the slide number 6, the beach club area map, there was a request that we provide this map that shows the various elements of this beach club area. And you can see on that map that this includes the restroom, locker room area, It includes the live amplified music stage, which is, you notice, on the back side of the locker room area facing the Gulf. It includes the ancillary restaurant and pool bar. And you can see in the middle, the aquatic venue is effectively that pool area. And then the seawall is the south side of the beach club area. And then south of the seawall is the Sandy Beach area that's outside of the beach club.
So if there's not a private event, that area, the pool area, the beach club will effectively close 1 hour after sunset if there's no private event. Is that a fair characterization?
That's how it's presently described, yes.
But even if we were to adopt your proposal and there was no private event, that area would close 1 hour after sunset if there was no private event, right?
No, what we're part of what we're trying to do is to eliminate the reference to 1 hour after sunset, that sort of that moving target, as it were. So what we were asking to do is to close. You see the entire beach club area on the map? That would be open until 10 p.m. And if the aquatic venue is closed for a private event, then the private event would also extend until 10 p.m.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. And
Okay.
but under that premise, if there wasn't a private event, the pool area would be open until
10 p.m.
10 with amplified music only going until 9.
That's correct.
Okay. So every night, the folks at the hotel and the passes that they sell, they would all be functioning up until 9 o'clock with amplified music and then 10 o'clock with no music, but still open.
Yes, it would close until 10 o'clock, and there would be no amplified music after 9 o'clock.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. That helps me. Thank you.
Certainly. You see on slide 6 is the beach club area. When we look at slide 9, which I can't really see very well from over here, so I apologize. Conditions 12F and G, as we have revised the request following the LPA, would now read, the beach club and ancillary uses may operate only from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. When the aquatic venue is closed, the other outdoor patios and related areas of the beach club, limited to those locations shown on the master concept plan as COP areas, may be used for private events. No amplified music is permitted past 9 p.m. And then G, to implement the applicant's commitment to limit access to the aquatic venue to 325 people per day who are not staying at the hotel. 12G effectively makes this consistent with that condition number 7 that we looked at before. We submit that the beach club is in the commercial district. Times Square is active already after 9 p.m. So allowing the beach club area to be open until 10 p.m. is consistent with the other restaurant and bar activities that are going to occur in this commercial part of town, and it'll complement those other activities. Plus, the beachside restaurant is already there and will be active during those same hours. The COP areas have already been identified on the master concept plan. Those are the page numbers that we're going to correct as Scrivener's errors. And allowing the flexibility to use the beach club for another hour will more efficiently use this beautiful resource in a way that complements the other Times Square pedestrian activities. There won't be any additional impact from what we're requesting.
Steve, just one more time, and I hate to be redundant, but I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page here. So in essence, the concept of when and if or how you have under this new proposal, if you have a private event, really becomes a moot point because the pool area will be open until 10 and with amplified music only going till 9. So it really, whether you have a private event or not, becomes, in terms of this proposal, it's it'll be open if there's not a private event. And if there is a private event, then you all will decide to rope off whatever portion you decide to rope off for that private event. Is that fair?
Largely. What's important to understand is that the aquatic venue is the pool area. So when Margaritaville closes the pool and there is no aquatic activity, the beach club, the remainder of the beach club area is still there and could be used for folks to walk around and to sit and, have music, but they won't be using the pool aquatic venue aspect of that.
So the beach club, if it's a private event, wouldn't you be utilizing the beach club to service the private event or not necessarily?
Yes, we will be using the beach club area.
But not exclusively, maybe, is what you're saying.
We'll be using the beach club area, but will not be using the pool. In other words, the pool part will be closed. It'll be the remainder of the beach club area, and that'll be for that private event, whatever that may be.
Right. I got you. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So amending conditions 12F and G as shown in slide 7, and then in slide 8, we also have to reflect in condition 18B the change from the 1 hour after sunset to being 10 p.m. And we took out the reference to amplified music because that's already contained in condition 12F, specifically clarifying that there will be no amplified music after 9 p.m.
Steve, is there a reason why in slide 8, beach club is still there, but in slide 7, beach club changed to aquatic venue? Is that just a clerical?
Sorry,
Is there a
slide
reason?
in
slide 8.
Okay, condition 18.
Yeah,
B.
under B, it still says beach club there, not aquatic venue. Did you mean to keep both verbiages in there?
Yes, we do. If you look at slide 6, the beach club area map, and this was some of the ambiguity that we were trying to clarify. The beach club area is shown in that red. So it's the entire area that's surrounded in red on this beach club map.
I see. I got what you know.
And the
I see it.
aquatic venue is only the pool area.
Got it.
So that's what we're trying to clarify in there. If we go to slide number 9, we get to the LPA recommendations. And just to address those, the LPA asked for the map that I was referring to. We were just looking at that slide 6. So we have provided that beach club area map, and that can become part of the master concept plan, or that can just be an exhibit that the staff uses to help identify what those areas are. With regard to defining the private event, a private event is effectively any use of the beach club area after the aquatic venue has been closed. So when the aquatic venue gets closed, it will only be closed for private events. There was a question that the LPA asked about ensuring compliance with sea turtle ordinance for the extended hours and the lighting. The town's sea turtle conservation and lighting regulations remain in effect. And the resort beach club area has lighting that's already been approved and is compliant with the sea turtle conservation and lighting regulations. So the answer is yes, it is compliant, and it will remain compliant with the sea turtle lighting. As I mentioned, we were requested to provide that updated beach club area map, and that's what slide 6 shows. Provide a capacity limit for private events. Effectively, the fire marshal sets the occupancy limits for all of the areas in the resort, and we will comply with those occupancy limits for the beach club area, for the aquatic venue, So those will remain as they are. And then number F was to allow music to be played until 10 p.m. and operate the beach club until 11 p.m. And as I said, based on the comments from the public and the comments from the LPA, we have withdrawn the request to go to 11 p.m. and changed that to 10. And we've withdrawn the request to extend the amplified music past 9 p.m. Finally, in the last two slides, we've got condition 6, which shows the schedule of uses, and condition 18A, both of which had Scrivener's errors. Condition or slide number 11 specifically shows that page from the ordinance or the conditions in the ordinance that will need to be corrected. You can see in the first column, the correct page numbers are shown. In the second column, they're inconsistent, and we are going to correct those to make them consistent. In conclusion, TPI submits that the minor changes will correct an existing error or ambiguity, and it remains consistent with the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan, as well as being consistent with the overall theme and concept that was approved in the Margaritaville CPD. We respectfully urge Town Council to approve the changes and would be happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned, Mr. Torgerson's also here, and anything I've said wrong, he will correct.
Vice Mayor Darrell?
I have a question for Tom, I think. Steve, you're welcome to take a stab at it, but I think Tom's probably better suited because they're sound engineer questions.
Well, I'm not a sound engineer, so
Don't go
I'll
too
step
far away,
back.
Steve. There might be questions for you too.
Tom Torgerson, 301 Palermo Circle.
Good morning, Tom. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the layout of the amplified music. The amplified music, as I understand it, is facing the beach, not the neighborhoods. In other words, it's pointing outward towards the beach. I assume you've had some sound engineers look at this, and I assume you're directing that sound away from the neighborhoods and towards the beach. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, in the initial design, we significantly focused on that particular issue. The amplified music, the speaker system is dispersed throughout the area, and the majority of it is down at the landscape level. There are some elevated speakers only that face the Gulf of Mexico. And those are where we have some of the beach club that extends forward at the CCL line, where you can't put improvements out into that space. So there, the speakers are elevated and do project out to the beach. But lastly, the stage itself is behind what we call Building 4, what I think most people around here call the old cigar hut, but it's our bathhouse and restrooms. And purposely, the stage was nestled behind that building, facing also the Gulf of Mexico. I'd like to just say that
Don't leave that point, Tom, because
Okay.
I'm again not a sound engineer, but just looking at the way this is all designed, I'm guessing that cigar hut restroom structure helps block the sound then from the band that's playing, even though the speakers are facing towards the beach.
That's
Anything coming backwards would be somewhat muted by the building behind it, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly why it's positioned where it is. It's purposely put there. Yes.
And is any of I know you guys are still under construction. Is any of that up and running? In other words, have you heard this? Have you had a sound test yet, or is the equipment not quite ready yet?
No, it's not ready
Okay.
yet.
All right.
That last item to be snapped in.
Okay.
I really appreciate the effort that's been put into this issue, and LPA spent a lot of time on it, and that really helped us prepare for this meeting. The neighborhood got involved, and we listened to them and made these adjustments that we made based on work that the LPA did and fleshed out, and I'll call it concerns that the neighborhood had. What we're trying to do is, what makes this difficult to explain is because we saw legal restriction in our ability to functionally operate.
So we're trying to go back into a legal document and try to get it to work with flexibility. What it doesn't have is flexibility currently. We're trying to obtain some flexibility within constraints that the neighborhood and town find acceptable to make it operationally usable for us. So it gets really confusing. Aquatic venue is the pool. Beach club is the entire zone. What we want is flexibility, and there's seasonal flexibility we would like, but there's special event flexibility we would like. For example, whether it's a resort guest or somebody who buys a day pass, the operation of the pool hours will vary by season, it will vary by situations. This time of year, the pool area, the day passes and the pool itself will close much earlier than it would, say, in the summertime with the lighter hours going later into the evening. The ambiguity of the 1 hour after sunset really makes it operationally difficult for us to make any plans around that to use the space to its maximum flexibility. And again, trying to reduce what we want for flexibility to make it work in a legal document is what gets so confusing. But really, what it really boils down to is we'd like to get a fixed time for the amplified music of 9 p.m. as was the intention, from the beginning by the previous council that approved this. And then also just to be able to have operations continue and wind down at 10 p.m. after that point in time. What that'll do is many times throughout the year, as Steve said, allow us to do special events out there. And I would call a special event anything that's not routinely scheduled. You think of using a banquet hall or using this facility. It's just something isn't routine. It's something that's occurs under occasion and maybe booked by some group of some sort, some association, some business group, just some kind of event that isn't a routine event. But I'll continue to answer any questions you have. But I just thought I want to kind of add that color as to why this is so confusing. It's taking legal and operations and try to modify a legal document so our people can function.
Any further questions?
I do have just a couple things. I watched the LPA hearing, and it looks like you've made some significant concessions based upon what the LPA has raised. I assume you've done that in conjunction with some of the neighbors, because I've only heard from one neighbor, and that was before the LPA hearing. So it sounds like you've resolved a lot of the concerns of those neighbors based upon those concessions you made.
We did, and I just offer maybe more color than you want. Just that, we thought this was really simple, and we're terribly wrong. And so what happened was with that neighborhood involvement, it cost us to really drill down into detail as to what we really need to make it flexible and operational. It was a great assistance. We communicated back, we listened, we communicated back with them. They were very pleased with what we're coming forth with here today on the modified ask.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. And again, it's none of my business, but I think it's interesting for folks who might be listening. And correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but based upon what you've said publicly in the past, your business model is structured such where you're not just trying to survive based upon your 254 guests in your rooms. You've got to utilize all of your facilities as much as possible in order to make your business model work. Is that a fair characterization? Is that part of why all the special events and so forth, just to fully utilize the facility just from a business model?
Yes, it is. That's the short answer. A typical resort, whether it's Fort Myers Beach, and it would be typical, Fort Myers Beach, Marco Island, Naples, of this scale and of this magnitude, would typically run about 80% plus of their revenue would be lodging. We're looking at over 50% of our revenue being non-lodging. This is an entertainment complex that happens to have some guest rooms attached to it.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Council Woodson?
So mine isn't really a question, but more of thank you for listening. You've made my decision so much easier and not debatable. So thank you.
You're welcome. Counselor King, any questions?
No questions, just a comment. And I think just to piggyback on what the Vice Mayor and Councilor Woodson had said, this clarified up a lot of things for me. And then the changes that were made to address the neighbors is a win, I think. So thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move approval of ordinance
Oh,
24
we got a public comment.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Jason, you had were your questions answered by their presentation? I just want to make sure before we go to public comment, you had got the answers to the questions that you had.
I think the only thing that staff just wanted to get absolute clarity on was whether there was an actual end time for any of the private events, or is that left up to the venue itself?
I'm sorry, repeat that. I didn't caught Mr. First.
So we were just, regardless of whether the music is cut off, I think staff just had a question of whether theoretically folks that were part of a private event, the private event could essentially go until the venue operator kicked them out. There was no time frame in there. Staff is unsure whether that's a concern for council or not. We just wanted to take the opportunity to clarify that if that was a concern.
Okay.
I heard 10 o'clock closing, right? Did I hear
Steve
that?
Hartzell for the record. Yes, we will clarify that the private events will end at 10 PM when the beach club area closes down.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Madam Clerk, do you have any?
I have nobody signed up.
Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? None. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor, I
Yes,
would
sir.
move approval of ordinance 24-01 TPI CPD amendment.
Excuse me, we do have to change the title because it referenced the wrong ordinance number. We have to advertise it 10 days in advance of the second hearing, and Amy, does it look like we'll be able to do that? Because we may have to, rather than having the second hearing on the 22nd, it may have to be February 5th in order to ensure that the advertisement is correct. Okay, so we'll have to move the second hearing to the 5th in order to change that title and advertise it properly.
Do I need to change my motion?
You don't need to change your motion, but I wanted to sort of let everybody on the record know that that would have to happen and that the title will be changing. The number referenced in the title. It was referencing the original ordinance 1804, I believe. It needs to reference the ordinance that was adopted this past summer.
We got it clear. So his motion will be for the meeting on February 5th. Okay. Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Counselor Woodson. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Roll call.
Aye.
Roll call vote.
Roll call, sorry. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers, do I use the word abstain or recused in this situation?
Your choice.
Okay. By Mayor Allers abstaining. Motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 23-186, VAR 202-30212, 6642 Estero Boulevard. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance VAR 202-30212 to allow an elevated emergency generator closer to Estero Boulevard street right-of-way line than the principal building for the property located at 6642 Estero Boulevard, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Do they have to find me to be an expert again?
yeah, I'm
or
gonna-
once
You've
we're
already
done?
qualified.
Okay.
You've been qualified. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as expert witnesses on behalf of the applicant at this time? Take it away, Sarah.
There's going to be one, but she's already been qualified.
You've already.
Okay. Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Point Estero Condominium Association is requesting a variance from section 34-1174B to allow an elevated generator forward of the primary structure. The parcel is zoned residential multifamily, which allows recreational facilities such as pools and shuffleboard courts forward of the primary structure with an approved site plan. However, this is not a recreational facility. A variance must be approved. Prior to Ian, the condominium generator was located on the ground floor of the primary structure. The primary structure is approximately 250 feet from Estero Boulevard. The proposed generator will be 59 feet from the street property line and 23 feet from the side property line. The structure will be elevated 13 feet above sea level and located in the parking lot adjacent to the tennis courts. To make the generator less noticeable, the applicant has proposed the access stairs opposite of the street side, and they have agreed to a condition to include screening between the structure and the street. While there is room on the parcel to place the generator behind the front facade of the primary structure, the required elevation of the generator would be 21 feet above sea level because it would be seaward of the 1991 CCCL. The proposed location of the elevated generator is landward of the 91 CCCL. CCCL is Coastal Construction Control Line, which will allow the structure to be 8 feet lower than it would be if it were seaward of the CCCL. At the December 19th LPA hearing, the LPA unanimously recommended approval of the request. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Vice Mayor Adderhall, any questions for Sarah?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
Not yet.
Councilor King?
None.
Neither do I.
Thank you.
Would the applicant? Hi, Kara?
Kara Stewart, representing 6642 Estero Boulevard, Point Estero Condo Association. Their manager, Kurt Brenner, is here with us as well today. We are, as Sarah mentioned, requesting a variance to place our emergency generator forward of the principal structure. In this instance, the principal structure, I'm not sure, is this working? The principal structure is located very far back on the property, allowing us to only locate this structure forward of that principal structure. We are maintaining the street setback greater than what is required. We are roughly 59 feet from Estero Boulevard. The requirement would be 25. And on the side yard, we are approximately 23 feet from the neighboring property. The location that was chosen has been chosen with quite a lot of interest and concern for the impact on either the current owners and or the neighbor. We've got a landscape buffer that is proposed on the neighboring property between us and the neighbor. And as well as in front of this structure, we will be proposing to put in some landscape buffer and some pots to help minimize the impact from it. Once again, the only reason we're here is because we have to locate it forward of the principal structure.
Vice Mayor Adderhall, any questions for Kara?
Any concerns from neighbors that have been voiced to the applicant?
We had one woman speak at LPA. However, we addressed her concerns. She was just confused as to the location. She didn't realize it was adjacent to the parking lot. But other than that, none that we are aware of.
Thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
No, I'm good.
Councilor King?
None.
I don't have any either. Thank you, Kara.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Madam Clerk, is there anyone that would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from Town Council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of Resolution 23-186.
We had a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Second.
a second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? A roll call vote, Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 23-190, VAR 202-30162, 21391 Widgeon Terrace. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying variance VAR 202-30162, two variances from land LDC Table 34-3 to decrease required side yard setback by 2.18 feet from the required 10 feet and to decrease required water body setback by 14.39 feet from the required 25 feet in the RC zoning district for the property located at 21391 Widgeon Terrace, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Are there any individuals that would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Has the property owner seen a copy of the agenda, backup materials from staff? Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Todd Plaisted, owner of 21391 Widgeon Terrace, is requesting a variance from Table 34-3 and 34-638D3C3 of the LDC for the construction of an elevated pool and screen enclosure. The applicant is requesting a variance of 2.18 feet from the 10-foot side setback required for this 108-foot wide property for a side setback of 7.8 feet. The property abuts an unseawalled water body, which requires a 25-foot rear setback from the mean high water line for any structure. The proposed pool would require a variance of 10.6 feet for a setback distance of 14.4 feet from the mean high water line on this 58-foot deep lot. All structures must meet the same setback as the primary residence on a non-seawalled water lot. This property is zoned RC and is toward the end of the street in the relatively unique Widgeon Terrace neighborhood. Widgeon Terrace properties include a large portion of the right-of-way within the individual lots and tend to be less deep than the code requirements due to the narrow peninsula of land which makes up the neighborhood. Many homes and pools in the neighborhood appear to be non-conforming in regard to setbacks. The depth of the lot and the right-of-way easement along the front portion of the property significantly impact the ability to construct a pool on this property without a reduction in the required water body setback. The existing home on the lot has a side setback of 24.5 feet. The applicant is requesting that the pool meet the side setback requirement that was in place on the lot prior to the code amendment requiring the side setback of 15% of the lot width. At this time, the side setback would be 10 feet. So since the time they began planning this, the side setbacks have changed twice. The code that, from the code that was in place at that time. At the LPA hearing on December 19th, the LPA unanimously recommended approval of the request. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Vice Mayor Earl, any questions for Sarah?
Sarah, I do have a question. I received a call from a neighbor that had serious concerns about the elevation of the pool and the impact on their property. Help me, I know the Fort Myers Beach has a long history with elevated pools, some of that before my time, but help me understand, is the variance request, is it just setback related, or does it also have an elevated pool piece to it? Or help me get my head around that.
So the way the code is written, on these waterfront lots, on these non-seawalled waterfront lots, the structure, any structure must meet the same setback. So the house would have the 10-foot setback, the pool would have this 10-foot setback, an elevated pool would have a 10-foot setback. So they would have to ask for the same type of variance no matter what type of structure they were putting there. So it's not a different ask, whether it's elevated or not elevated. On a non-waterfront lot, it would be a different ask.
I guess my question to you as a planner is, if that pool was not elevated as high as currently proposed, could it still work?
I don't design pools. I could not speak to that. But what I can tell you is they on this type of lot, whatever they were asking for, they would have to be asking for this, whether they were having an elevated or an at-grade pool, it would be the same ask. So I can't really speak to
Okay,
specifically what
I'll
you're
ask the
asking.
applicant. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Counselor Woodson,
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Counselor King,
I have no questions.
neither do I.
Thank you.
Applicant,
Morning. My name's Todd Plaisted. I'm the applicant for the project. I want to thank you for listening to us today. The question about the raised pool, we're utilizing the existing patios or decks and such in order to walk right into the pool area. By having it, say, halfway raised, then there wouldn't be an ability to put any type of patio around it or seating around the pool. We've been working on this pool since 2021 when we purchased the house. And as Sarah mentioned, we had a 7.5-foot setback. At that time, we had the environmental survey done. Had some problems getting supplies during COVID and, you know, a little bit of delay here and there. And when we went back to the city with the application, they said, now the side setback has changed. So therefore we've had to add also a setback for the side. So if we tried to narrow up that pool, we're already pretty long and skinny. Right now, the interior of the pool is about 10.5 feet. If we tried to meet that 7.5-foot setback, you know, we're looking at probably just an 8-foot wide pool, which just wouldn't, for that kind of house, I just think it wouldn't make a lot of sense. So we're asking, you know, we spent a lot of time with the LPA talking about location, size, that type of thing. And they all agreed that's the right place for it. There is a neighbor to the north, which, and there's about an 8.5-foot hedge on our property line there that kind of hides that elevation. Yeah, let's see. I'm not sure. I guess we're just open to any kind of questions that might arise here, but the LPA obviously voted 7-0. Staff is approving it or recommending approval. So we hope you do the same.
questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with your side setback and so forth. I think, and I'll let the remonstrator speak for himself, but the remonstrator just heard about this post LPA, so I don't think he had a chance to opine for the LPA. So sometimes the LPA serves as like a canary in the coal mine and kind of lets people know what's happening, and then other neighbors get engaged as a result of what happens at the LPA. But I guess my question is, I'm hoping you've talked to your neighbor, and I'm wondering, is there anything else you could do to try to accommodate some of their concerns? Is there anything structurally or with landscaping or anything you could do to try to help them get a little more comfortable with what you're trying to do? I don't think they wish you any ill will. I just think they're worried about their privacy.
No, and I certainly appreciate that. I did talk to him in August of 21. So when we purchased the house, it came with a set of plans, and that was very important for us. We're moving in the summer here where you live in Minnesota, and or winter here, I should say. So we'd love to, we're excited about it. We wanted the pool. So it came with a set of plans. We assumed the neighbor had already known. I showed it to him in August. And he said, you know, is there any chance it can be put to the rear of the house? And we looked at that as a surveyor. I mean, that's just way too close. I mean, we'd be in the water. So it's the only place for the pool. We are very happy to put a landscape plan together. I have my pool builder and landscaper here as well today. He's recommending all kinds of different things for screening. You know, we live in Fort Myers Beach. All the houses are very close together, and we'll do whatever we can to, you know, kind of try to help, you know, screen it from the neighbor. And the bamboo skinny, twisted. My friends in over on West Terry have that between their houses. It works very well to kind of shield, neighbors from one to the next that are real close together. So, that's certainly a suggestion. Some shorter palm trees, that type of thing. So, we'll have 7.5 feet to kind of do any type of shielding or whatever. So, but I do want to keep in mind that we're 60 feet from his house. We're close to his garage, which has some living quarters. He's got a beautiful home, 5-bedroom home right on the point. And I would think the pool is at least 60 to 70 feet from his house. So he did tell me he stays in the top of the garage. He was there last night. Obviously the house was open, but I just think that I think we have a great plan here, and I'd love to see it go through.
Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
No.
Counselor King, any questions for the applicant?
No.
I do not have any this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Robert Himmelstein. I was sworn in. My address is 21381 Widgeon Terrace, and I'm just north, or just next door. And I wanted to give some plans to you. So these copies that I'm actually giving to you on the first page, this is a survey of the applicant's property, and this is dated, I believe, it was updated back in 16, but it started in 02. And what I noticed from this is there's actually a concrete ramp that goes to the water. When I actually looked at their plans or the survey as the application was presented, that wasn't even shown as a concrete ramp. And it just troubled me because, but let me first go back. The documents that I've given to you here, I'm actually showing you that I was worried about this project happening. Todd did show me the plans back in August of 21. He sent the plans to me, and I actually gave you a copy of the email. And I should have this in the order of what I'm presenting it, but it's actually on page 1, 2, 3, 4, page 5. So I sent this email to Todd back after reviewing the plans. And I said to him, I told him I wasn't in favor of it at all. I told him the main problem with the plan is that it's being too close to our home and our 2 decks. His plans actually have a waterfall, and you'll see the plans that are actually attached further back. His plans actually had a waterfall as well as a fountain and fire, basically some fire on the 2 sides, fire pits. And I was troubled by that being so close to our house. And I explained that to him. And I then saw the application, but let me take it back. The first time I was aware this project was moving forward was Saturday when I went to my mailbox in New Jersey. I got noticed, and I shared it with the town attorney this morning. I actually received a notice that was actually dated by the mail service of December 28th. So I missed the LPA. I missed giving feedback to the LPA. And again, this notice, I'm not sure why, but so again, on September 20, Saturday, when I got this notice, I booked the flight, I came here, and that's why I'm here right now, because this is it's just too close to my property. And I'm very concerned with this getting built as is. I've spoken to Todd before about maybe he should do do something else. I heard him say that he can't do anything in front of his house. But the problem is, this was approved by the LPA without any feedback from me because I didn't know it was happening. If you look at the things I just presented to you, I'd even emailed Carl Benji back on August 11th of 2021, and he advised me that there'd be a 10-foot setback for the principal structure. I'm concerned with it being too close to the back bay. We have very, very fragile land back there. My home has shifted a little bit elevation wise. Inside, the floors are uneven, unlevel. I have Judy here today who can speak about the property, which has a lot of settlement issues. And I'm worried about a big structure being built that close to me on fragile land. I'm told by a neighbor that sold his house, George, he told me that the old swing bridge is actually sitting underneath our properties. We're actually the old, our properties are the M lot.
I need you to wrap it up. There are 3 minutes.
Okay. I didn't know I had 3 minutes. Okay, I'll speed up. If you look at the community, if you look at their actual application said that they were actually next to my trash enclosure. And I got 3 pictures for you.
I really do need you to wrap it up, though. It's been, there might be other people that would like to speak. Heavy paper.
Their plan said that the only thing next, okay, I'll read exactly what it said. It says that the nearest structure poolside is the elevated house with a substantial hedges on the property line, with the garbage being next to the purported pool. Well, this first page that shows a door, that door is my garbage. Above the garbage is my deck, and then in my living area. So their application is misleading and not right. If you look at the living area, you'll see the visual of what I would be looking at. That's right next door to me.
All right, we got it.
The last one.
No, go back.
This last page actually shows that their pool would actually be in front of me.
We could.
Okay.
I think you've made your point. We've
Okay.
let you go well over the 3 minutes. So
Okay.
thank you for bringing this up, and these illustrations do help.
So are we allowed to ask questions?
Well, this is public comment. We can, I guess, let's ask the attorney. He didn't get a chance to speak at the LPA.
I would give him as much time as he needs.
Okay.
In order to, because he is directly affected also.
Okay. I have no issues with it if no one else has any.
Yeah, so if he has more to say, I think he should be able to get back up.
So the property currently is at 67% lot coverage. The pool would actually make it a lot more lot coverage. But I'm really, really concerned with again, so what happened was I wasn't notified to talk at the LPA. Originally, the town denied the application or recommended denial of the application. What they specifically said was staff has reviewed the request for the variance of LDC table 343, yada, yada, yada. It talked about the side yard setbacks, and it says, therefore, staff recommends denial. So the staff originally recommended denial. They went to the LPA without me being able to talk to the LPA, and the LPA gave approval of it. And again, there's a lot of misleading facts on the application. The application said there's no deed restrictions on the property, and there are. The application said that there's nothing next to them other than my trash and garbage. which is not accurate. I've got 2 decks. I've got a side yard deck and I've got a front yard deck. And if he built this proposed pool close to the bay, it would actually be directly in front of my view.
Well, since we're allowing him as much time as he needs, we can ask questions then, I would assume.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Just want to understand, I hate to use this example because the public can't see it, but the picture that you presented with this is your house with the 2 decks and the jet ski underneath it?
Thank you. No, that's the applicant's house.
That's the applicant's house. So that's what you see out your deck? Is
Yes,
this your guest home or is this your home? your
that's my guest house. If you go to the second page on the photograph I showed you, you'll see my house is in the bottom corner, the brown one.
You're talking about the stapled packet that you handed
Yes,
us.
the stapled
I'm sorry,
package.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Your house is on the bot, would be on the far right, correct?
Correct. Far right.
And you said this is your guest house?
Yes. And that's my guest house. I permanently reside in there, or I should say I will be a Florida resident next year after I open up my store in Fort Myers Beach. But that will be my permanent residence as of next year. Maybe this year I'll get my store built, but we'll see.
You've got some professional people here with you. The council's always looking for compromise. Do you have some suggestions for the applicant that could make things better, or is it just a hard no?
Obviously, he can go ahead and build a pool, but he'd have to meet the current regulations. Obviously, the pool will have to be smaller. I don't see how he can do anything else other than that because it just doesn't really work with what he's trying to do there.
So I think to expound on what the Vice Mayor was asking is it doesn't sound like you're willing to compromise at all. It's make the pool fit within the current setbacks or you're not going to be in support of it.
Correct.
Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, sir.
I thought you'd said that if the pool was not as elevated, you would have less concern. Is that not
I
true?
did when I flew down yesterday and I went there and I looked at it, I realized how much in front of it would be. Like, for example, when you look at that picture that's looking at the jet skis, you can see how the pool would go all the way out to the end of his deck, which is right in front of me. And I also have a side yard setback also. So it would be totally blocking my view.
He had mentioned that it was 60 feet roughly. This picture doesn't look like 60 feet to me. How
It's-
far is it? It's hard to tell from the picture, but
Yes,
it looks closer than
is
60 feet.
from my deck to there. It's approximately from my deck, about 28 feet.
From deck to deck?
From my deck to his deck, yes, sir.
And where are you seeing that? Where do you see that?
If you
Okay,
look
you're
at the-
looking at a measurement somewhere.
Yeah, if you look at the survey, and the survey that I gave you on the front page,
Mhm.
it shows that it's 21 and a half feet. And actually, he's got a wooden stair, so it's even less than that, but 21 and a half feet from basically the house over to the property line. And then you've got about 7.5 feet from actually 10 feet from me. So it'd actually be 31 and a half feet from the house. But from that wood stairs there, it would actually be about 5 feet less.
Any other questions do you have any questions, Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm still looking at all the pages here.
Counselor King, I know you can't see unless there's some way that we're able to put it where he can see it. The information that was handed to us, our pictures showing the actual 2 properties and what it looks like currently, and then some email chain back and forth between you and Carl, it looks like, from our staff.
Correct. Carl told me that I wouldn't have to worry because there'd be a 10-foot setback back in 21.
Do you have any questions? I know it's difficult. What, did he say no?
He said no.
No. Okay.
So I'm still trying to figure out, so you're saying 21 and a half feet, and I see that there,
21 and a half feet is to the property line.
right?
And then you've got my angled deck that's cantilevered over the edge of my property, which might be 10 feet off the property. So basically you have 31 feet from approximately from their house to my house. But then they've got the wooden steps. They got the wooden steps and landing right there.
Okay. And this then runs into your home or your guest house?
Well, thank you for asking that question. The guest house is my home. So I don't rent the guest house. I do have a main house that I do rent out. Judy rents the main house out for me, but I do not rent out the guest house. The guest house will be my permanent residence as a Florida resident as of once I get my store finished on the island.
I'm just trying to look at what so they got 24.79 feet. 24.69 feet on that front corner before the pool. It doesn't really show that I can see what it would be after the pool. Can anyone else see it? I can't really see what it says. Do you know that number? I know it looks according to what they submitted. It's 20, the front corner, which would be by the, you're looking at the picture where the deck would come down the stairs, that front corner there.
Okay.
What page are you on then?
Packet page 314. So if you look at the that front corner of the house that you can't see in this white picture that's closest to the street, according to theirs, it says it's 24.69 feet from the property line. But I can't tell, and I'll ask them after you're done, what that dimension would be from the pool. Oh, it says 7.82 feet. I see it. There it is. And how far did you say the corner of your deck is there in that picture from your property line?
10 feet. I'm assuming 10 feet. I don't know what it is.
You don't know. Okay. All right. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. And my last comment to the board, and thank you for giving me more time, is Todd had testified that there's a hedge that separates us, and there's no hedge that can separate us if his pool went all the way out to the water line. And I disagree with his survey of where the water line is. If you look at the picture I present to you that's got the jet skis in it, you can see how far the water line comes up. It comes all the way up to the riprap. And again, the pool would be right on the water line, and it would also be in front of my property.
Have you shared any of this documentation with town staff?
I literally got my postcard for I guess it was the LPA postcard, but I received that in the mail literally Saturday at 2:00 in the afternoon. Town hall was closed. I came here this morning and I showed it to Sarah and also to the town attorney that I was not properly noticed to attend the LPA. So that's why I'm asking the town to deny this application for a couple reasons. One is I wasn't properly noticed, but the reason why I think it should be denied is because they clearly, their application itself said there's no deed restrictions on the property, and there are, or one. And also because they're saying that the nearest structure poolside is the elevated house with substantial hedge on the property line. You can see there's no you can see there's no hedge going out towards the bay. And they're also saying that garbage is being next to the purported pool. And you can also see that I've got living space. That's why I took a picture of my interior of my home, and which is out about 10 feet from my garbage door. And there's no garbage next to this proposed pool. And that's why I haven't slept in 2 days. That's why I can't even communicate well, because I was that upset when I saw this, because I plan to retire here and I can't retire here next to that.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? Kara?
Kara Stewart, representing Mr. Himmelstein. He's correct. He started frantically texting me on Saturday, and I said, it's a weekend, I'm off. I'll see you on Monday. So here we are in the 9th hour. And I would just like to bring us back to code for a minute, and not necessarily maybe our emotions and whatnot. This council and the previous councils have spent an awful lot of time dealing with our corridors, our view corridors, our protection of our properties in relationship to that, to the point where we have changed setbacks approximately 4 times in the last 3 years. In addition to that, we've defined more clearly an elevated structure in its proximity to a water body. That is all come about because of situations very similar to this. I have been around the beach for some time and have been, unfortunately, part of some of the decisions where people and staff have approved pools adjacent to people, elevated. The view corridor has been impacted quite tremendously. And that's really what's happening here. The photographs that Mr. Himmelstein has provided to you out of that, what we're calling his guest house, it clearly will be in the vision of this structure. Keep in mind also, from LPA to today, they have also added a screen enclosure on top of this structure. So as it originally was proposed, that was not clarified that there would be an enclosure. There is now also an enclosure, which again, if we just visualize the magnitude of the height of such a structure directly in the vision. I have spoken to Mr. Himmelstein as well about compromise and what can we do? Is there some options? Although he is very adamant against any in looking at the site plan, we do have an easement in front of the property, which makes it a little difficult to move it more forward. However, there is some room to do that. There is some elevation that could perhaps change. The setbacks need to maintain the principal structure setback because we are greater than the 4-foot seawall, so on and so forth. So it's really the combination of the rear and the side that makes this view corridor get diminished tremendously with this structure. Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, Kara. Is there anyone else?
So just Kara, while you're here with your subject matter expertise and background, do you foresee a compromise given all what we've heard this morning?
I can't necessarily speak for Mr. Himmelstein, but I think that everyone wants residents to be able to use their property and to the best. And I can tell you there probably should be a compromise in this situation.
But you can't.
I can't speak on behalf of Mr. Himmelstein in relationship to that right now. I believe that at this point, because of the lack of conversation and time from LPA to here, perhaps this would have taken a different route if Mr. Himmelstein was able to have been here and notified from LPA. So I think that's what part of the dilemma is.
I understand.
It's very fresh.
I understand.
Thanks, Kara.
Again, Denise Clint, and I don't know why I'm up here other than I'm just sitting here and listening to the rest of the meeting, and I don't know either party. I mean, I don't even know what this is. But I just, from hearing this, wanted to make a couple of comments. First, I always hear from people saying, well, I have this property down here, but I don't get, I get my mail up north somewhere and I didn't hear about this or that. And I find that to be just a crock of baloney, because in today's society, when everything is electronic, we can check every day, every single day. If we have property down here, we can check online what's going on in this city down here. We can check schedules. We can check LPA, city council, MERF, whatever. We can check every single committee and find out what's on the agendas. So I don't like to think of that as an excuse. I also want to talk about the fact that we've had a hurricane here. Everybody's lines between properties have been decimated. I can see the pool next door to mine as clear as if it's in my backyard. We all have to get along together. We all have to be able to enjoy our property. And we have to just learn to look at our neighbors and say, hey, you know, we're all being able to enjoy ourselves together here. And as a council, I know firsthand, because I used to be on one, that we have to take the recommendations of the people we put out there in our committees to help us make these decisions. That's just my 2 cents worth. So thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment?
Yes, I heard what she said, and I tried to stay on this. As you saw my email, I sent to Carl Benji. Also, I reached out to Kara. I was convinced after speaking to Carl that I'd be noticed before anything like this came about, and I wasn't noticed. And I like Todd a lot. I offered Todd to use the use of my pool and Kelly. I spoke to them about possibly maybe they should do one of those swim large hot tubs. But nonetheless, I mean, if the board wants to vote for an approval, I'd request the board would let me send this back to the LPA, let me get legal representation, let me work with them. Again, Todd testified there's a hedge between us. There's not. If you look at the application's not correct in many, many different attributes. The application said that nothing's next to it other than my trash, but that's not true. That's my home. You know, I love that home because I'm directly on the bay, and I don't want to see a pool and everything in front of me that's closer to the bay that shouldn't be that close to the bay. So I'm requesting the board to send it back to the LPA if they don't want to just deny the application based upon. If you look at the application, there's a lot of stuff that's misguided in the application that wasn't correct. And again, I don't know why. It's almost, to me, when I look at it, they're trying to push the median waterway further out, because when you look at the boat ramp on the survey I provided, it showed that the concrete ramp is in the water. And when you look at the surveys that their experts provided, it doesn't even say concrete ramp. It just says concrete like it's a patio, and it's not. It's a ramp that goes into the water. So there's a lot of things that aren't correct, and this thing should not be that close to the water. Again, it's fragile land back there. And I just hope that the board would never prove something like this. But if you guys want to send it back to the LPA, I'm willing to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Or reschedule and let me get my attorney to be here. Sarah Spector would be my attorney.
Thank you. Anyone else? I was just going to ask if you wanted any rebuttal. If there's no, but let's make sure there's no other public comment. I'm assuming you want to come up for rebuttal. Okay. Is there anyone else that wants to talk public comment on this? Okay, go ahead.
Drew Lipsher on behalf of the applicant. For the neighbor to say that he missed the LPA and to send it back to the LPA, I believe that is a big time waster. We've been going at this since 2021. We've changed our plans twice already. And to send it back to the LPA for something that's public knowledge and him being able to be there or even connect through via Zoom, he was afforded the opportunity to do so. He also says that the neighbor says that he doesn't agree with our survey that was professionally done. And I'm not sure what qualifications the neighbor has to attest to the fact that the professional survey is incorrect. Just not sure, but we did everything in our power to make sure that it was correct by hiring a professional. Also, the side house that the neighbor attests to, that he lives there, we were under the impression that that was in a garage. Now, I'm not really sure if he parks his cars in there and then maybe just put a king-size bed in there. I'm not sure. Whatever he uses that purpose for. But so he's saying that he can see the pool from his guest house and or garage. I'm not so sure. We have been accommodating throughout this entire process.
Hold on, before you go on, not to interrupt, have you seen these pictures?
I have not.
Would you like to take a look at them?
Sure.
I think your last statement might change if you actually saw the pictures.
Either way. Okay, yeah, I see them. Either way, if it's used as a garage or a guest house, we've been accommodating throughout this entire process, and we would like to continue to do so for the neighbors' benefit. It's been recommended that we put up these bamboo shoots, and I believe that they can reach the height of, 30, 40, 50 feet. And we have some testimony that's available to the elevation of the pool that that we brought here today that can be provided to answer your questions.
I think you said earlier that your landscapers here? Is there some?
Yes.
I'm not a landscape expert, so I'm just curious what it is that could potentially grow high enough to block. Yeah, sure. Yeah, well, in case someone has a question for you. Yeah, it's like a bamboo.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Right. I'm sorry, sir. Mary, what was your question?
Just other than the bamboo that they just brought up.
Yeah, as you can see, if anybody follows any of our social media, we do not do minor projects, we do major projects. So we will have an exclusive landscape project where we have all kinds of different indigenous plants that will block. We can add lighting, we can do many different forms. So if the council would like upon passing, we can supply a landscape plan of any sort that you'd like. We can gladly do that. So what he's referring to is the bamboo shoots or any of those types.
Yeah,
You can use the fan leaf, you can use a bunch of different things that would block someone's view and actually give them a much prettier view than anything that they have now by adding LED control 4 lighting. We can make it look anything that you want.
Well, it sounded to me from the neighbor that his view being blocked is an issue. Not
Yeah,
just
and that's what
necessarily the pool.
so our goal is obviously to appease him, appease everybody. The last thing a business wants is to make negative with either. We want to make sure that when we leave there, it looks like the jewelry that we put on there is really nice. And that's what, nobody walks by and sees the pool. They see the landscape, they see the lighting, they see all what we call the jewelry and after effect when we're done.
Any question? I missed your name. I'm sorry.
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Big Gator.
Any questions for Jimmy? Counselor King, you have any questions?
None.
You look like you were leaning in to say something.
No.
Oh. Vice Mayor Hall, you have any questions?
Nothing additional at this time.
Go ahead. It looks like you're ready to say something.
Yeah, thank you. Again, Todd Plaisted, the applicant. The last paper I gave you there, when I said that his home is looks like about 60 to 70 feet, he continues to talk about his garage, which he has some living quarters, and that's where these pictures are taken out of. But I guess I assumed if he's going to be moving down here, he'd be moving into his house. So I just, I mean, we're definitely not blocking any of his view. He's got a beautiful home there on the end. He's got about 200, maybe 300 feet of property there. Probably about 7 decks on that house, inside and out. Beautiful place. And I was just so shocked that he's worried about the view out of his side garage. And where he's got perfect view, throughout his whole property there. He mentioned it's a rental. He's renting his house. It's an investment property for him. This is a home for us. So we just, we'd certainly hope that you would follow what the LPA recommended and also the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm
If
Kelly.
You pull it down.
Okay, sorry. Hi, I'm Kelly Moore. I'm with Todd Plaisted. And just to address some certain things that he may not have heard at the last meeting and you might not have, is we're in a 13 house association. I think there's 11 or 12 out of the 13 that already have pools. When we purchased the house, it came with the plans, as he said that beforehand. Widgeon is unique, and everyone has a different house, closer, far, and if you've ever been down that street, you see that everybody is completely different. When they talk about, he says it's very fragile land. Our bottom level, our house was built so nice and so sturdy that we had damage to where the water came in, but everything, we've never had to replace or change or upgrade anything. It's solidly built together. When he talked about the concrete ramp, that was prior to us, and they already went through that legal part of it with the owner prior to us, and that issue was already resolved way beforehand. I've never, and you said that as an expert, it's from your personal experience. I have never, ever seen him or his wife Steph on that patio, not even once in the last 2 years that we've been there, not even as kids. It is a garage. There is a room up there, and it has been a rental from the time that we ever met them until now. We see more rental people there than we do him or his handyman, Jeff. Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. And when they talk about the main quarters is way far away. And so for him to say that, I guess, was a shock to us as well, because that is just a living quarters apparently that he uses when renters are there or when they're not there. In his view, it's not true. Like Todd said, he has 7 different decks, even on the back side of it, where he has plenty of views. And that's all I have to say. I just wanted to give my testimony of what I see and perceive as the truth of the matter. And that's it. We follow procedure. We respect all of you. We've hired professionals. We feel confident that we hired the right people to do the job. We haven't skipped any steps. We haven't missed any meeting, and we just appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Marshall?
No, thanks.
Okay, now I have a question.
Okay. Well, let's close the public hearing. Can we close the
Okay.
public hearing and then, or do we have to have the discussion if she has questions before we close it?
It depends on whether Ms. Woodson wants to ask a question of someone out there.
Is your question for staff or for one of the people that spoke?
No, it's more for the people.
Okay.
There, right. Yeah.
So you just gave us this picture, correct? Okay. So on this picture, it says the pool is that side. So on that picture, the pool then would be on this side, not out here. Okay, that's where I was confused, because if the pool is on this side, the view corridor is still here, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
All right.
Much
Well, we
better
need to
picture.
Be up
Okay.
there so everybody can hear what you're saying. He was just showing us a picture of the hedges that he was referring to from the street level. When was that picture taken? We haven't seen it. I saw it, but
This one was taken probably just before the LPA meeting.
okay.
And some of that hedge towards the water has been damaged, and that's where we probably make sense to replace that with some more bamboo.
Okay.
Not only that, to talk about the delicacy of how he described all of that area, is the mangroves too have been cut down drastically, and normally that isn't something to do with a delicate area.
You have another
Okay,
question?
no, I'm fine now. Thank you.
All the pictures have blended in now. Makes sense?
Yes.
Sure. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going to ask Judy to come up and talk. Judy knows real estate. Judy knows that this is my house. Judy knows, my property taxes at this, not property taxes, my insurance at this house is now $56,000 a year. So I do have to rent out my main house. I've never rented the guest house. The guest house can be my permanent residence, but I do have to rent out the main house because it's just, things are so expensive now. But I want Judy to talk real quick. And it's not that I don't want them to have a pool. There's different things that we could talk about. I thought they dropped it when they knew that I had a big problem with it. And again, I didn't get a chance to go to the LPA. I showed the town attorney my postcard. That's not correct. And again, I just received this on Saturday, but here's Judy.
Yes, Judy Hadia, Tri-Power Vacation Rentals. And the house they're referring to, we do not rent. We don't have keys to that house. We don't have anything to do with that house. That is their personal residence that they will use when they come down. Often they do have a condominium, but they do use that house. So it is not a rental, that part. The other thing is that I really believe that Mr. Himmelstein has been put into a position where he has to come up here and defend his rights without any kind of representation. If he would have received a notice prior to the LPA, he would have had representation. He would have been there. And this issue may not ever have been before you. So I just think that, you know, if you are going to go ahead and pass this, that he really should have the right to have some representation, and it should be carried on. The other thing is that he is the one that is affected by this, by this variance. It's not anybody else. And whoever is affected really by the variance really has a right to say no. And I just don't see why you should be able to intrude on somebody without their personal consent. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Well, Judy, while you're up there, you obviously know
Yes.
real estate. Just a quick question. Is the guest house and the main house, are they one address or are they separate? Separate address.
I
I'm
believe
just
it's-
curious on the,
Yeah, it is one address, but you know, that is the section, you know, that's a separate individual house. It's got, you know, and then you have the main house. So it is a large property,
yeah, I can see that.
and that section is not rental. It's just the main house, and and then there are a couple of apartments beside it, or extensions, I would say.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment before we close the public comment again? Yep.
I do want to note that the LPA postcard did go out. It went out on December 8th. I have a copy of it. It was correct. There is an error with the town council one where it should have had the address. It actually had the previous LPA hearing date. I'm not sure, something got messed up whenever they were putting in the postcard information. But that also went out at a time that should have been appropriate. It went out on the 28th, and the postcard for LPA went out on December 8th. So I'm not sure what happened with them, but they did go out.
Okay, well, let me close this and then I've got a couple questions anyway, so. I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. So I just have a couple questions for you, Becky. So if a letter goes out in time, or if a notification goes out in time and they don't receive it for whatever reason, the Pony Express, whatever, for some reason they don't receive it in time, have we fulfilled our legal obligation if it's been postmarked in the amount of time legally?
Actually, in Fort Myers Beach, the notifications that are sent out are courtesy notifications. In some cities and counties, they're absolutely required, but in Fort Myers Beach, they are sent out as a courtesy. So it's not something that's absolutely required. But from what I understand from Sarah, the LPA notification was not incorrect. It was correct. So assuming the U.S. Postal Service was working correctly, he should have received that.
And then my question for you, Sarah, have you seen any of the information that Robert, sorry if if it's okay to call you Robert? Okay, that Robert has given to us and talked about the 67% lot coverage and things like that. Have you had a chance to look at all this?
The condition that is in their resolution is that they must meet all other criteria of the land development code. So if they're not meeting some other component of the land development code, their permit doesn't get approved. So that should have been part of what they were looking at when they asked for variances. So if they're exceeding their building coverage, if they're exceeding their impervious surface coverage, those are all things that they have to meet by our code.
But I guess that brings up a little bit of a red flag for me. So we didn't review that they have met all of this. So
No, they have
what-
not submitted for a
let's
permit.
just say, for instance, this got approved today.
Mhm.
Then they would try to submit their permit. Then you would review all of the information.
That's correct, because they have all the professionals. They're aware of the regulations. They knew they were not meeting their setbacks. They didn't ask us to do a review. If they came to us and they said, what are we not meeting? They submitted plans and then we would tell them what they weren't meeting. Instead, they said, oh, we're not meeting the setbacks, and they came in to do that. So they're getting a variance for the components that they know they're not meeting. And it's on them to ensure that they're meeting all others. That's how we do the variances.
Are there any questions for staff? Do you have any questions?
I have a procedural question for the attorney. Becky, listening to the mayor's recitation of the options that we have, I didn't hear one that said that we could remand this back to the LPA. Is that an option for us?
It is an option.
Okay.
Counselor King, you got anything for town staff?
No.
So I have a question, Sarah. So you're saying they're asking the variance because they know they were out of compliance on that piece. Is that the normal process that we go through? Is that they'll come and they'll ask for variances and then they come in with their plans?
We wouldn't give them a permit until they receive their variance. So it can go several different ways. One way is they come in knowing that they're not meeting their setbacks, or they know they're not meeting some component of the land development code, and they're asking for the variance. Other instances, they'll submit and we'll say, you're not meeting X, Y, and Z. You either come into compliance with that on your next submittal, or you can request a variance. So if they had submitted and they weren't meeting multiple things, we would say either fix this, or you can ask through the public hearing process to change that.
Okay, so this is just a normal procedure because there's options within the procedural.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, I guess I would be most comfortable whether or not he received it in time. Evidently, staff has said that it was sent out enough in time, so we fulfilled our obligation. He's obviously very adamant about wanting his voice heard, to the point where he's mentioned lawyers. So you would definitely want to have someone on your behalf. It sounds like I have no issues with. I don't know. I guess I'll go with the will of the council here, whether it goes back to the LPA or not. I don't know if there's any more new information that the LPA would have to review. But to me, it would make sense to allow the applicant and the neighbor to have a conversation and see if they can come up. I know that you said it's a hard no for you, but later on in the conversation, it appeared as though there's maybe some softening on that, and maybe there's something that could come to a compromise. I want to respect both of your property rights to allow you to have a pool and allow you to have, your rights as well. So I would feel most comfortable with tabling this or continue it to a time certain, to be able to allow the applicant to speak with the neighbor, allow his attorney time. But unless, Sarah, you feel that there's information that you've heard that the LPA would need to hear and could potentially change their mind or not change their mind.
That's really your option. I mean, some of this is new information. The applicant, so the original request was just a pool. It wasn't until after the town council when I reached out to them again because of something that they said at the hearing and was like, is this a raised pool? Is this an elevated pool? So
Did you mean
that
after the
was-
LPA?
Yes,
after-
so
okay.
that is additional information. I asked about the
Oh,
screen
okay.
enclosure, so the screen enclosure is additional information. So it is a slightly changed request.
Then hearing that, then I would support it, going back to the LPA for review to allow the neighbor the time to plead his case to the applicant, to the LPA.
That would be my legal recommendation
Okay.
to do that in order to have the entire process, everybody have all the information, both at the LPA and here.
Okay.
And I would also hope that there could be more conversation between the two neighbors and that there could come up with some kind of agreement or, give and take on each side before it comes to us again.
Vice Mayor Earl?
I really appreciate the tone and the direction that this debate is going. I think through no fault of the applicant, there has been a due process problem. I've heard people say that that every citizen should have to monitor our town website to see if anything the town does impacts them. I think given Hurricane Ian, the U.S. Post Office's record has been less than desirable. And so and I think it's clear today if the remonstrator would have heard about the LPA hearing, it's at least clear to me that he would have been there. So there is a due process issue there. Again, no fault of the applicant. So I support the concept of remanding it back to the LPA. The LPA did not have the benefit of hearing this debate or discussion. I share my colleagues' thoughts as well, that it would be great if the neighbors could sit down and break bread and try to find a compromise. I certainly wish the applicant well, and hopefully they can find some kind of a way to accommodate their needs and at the same time be sensitive to their neighborhood, to their neighbors. I have a history of being very supportive of these variances, but one of my provisos is that it's really helpful to be in concert with your neighbors when you ask for a variance as best you can. So I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for some additional discussion. I'm sorry to the applicant that it's going to take longer and be more protracted. But at the same time, we've got to respect the due process rights of everyone involved. So I support that and would welcome a motion or be willing to offer a motion.
Could we do this to a time certain so that this doesn't drag out any further? For whatever night, I know LPA is Thursday, but whatever the next LPA meeting is?
The LPA hearing would be on Tuesday, February 13th.
Councilor King, do you have anything to add?
I would agree with what I've heard, that I support remanding it back to the LPA.
Then I'll make a motion to send resolution 23-190 VAR 202-30162 213191 Widgeon Terrace be sent back to the LPA for review at their meeting on February 13th at 9 a.m. Location to be determined.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Is that a roll call vote since it's a public hearing? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. No, I bet, yeah.
Succession.
Call the meeting back to order. It is 12:11. The next item is Resolution 23-191, VAR 202-30264-5350 Estero Boulevard. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving variance VAR 202-30264 to decrease the required 15-foot side yard setback by 8.5 feet to allow 6.5-foot side setbacks for the commercial resort zoned property at 5350 Estero Boulevard, providing for a Scrivener's error severability, providing for an effective date. Sarah?
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Applicant Andrew Whiting on behalf, or Drew Whiting on behalf of the property owner for 5350 Estero Boulevard is requesting a variance from Table 34-3 for a commercial resort zoned property. The CR zoning district requires 15-foot side setbacks, and the applicant is requesting a variance of 8.5 feet from both side property lines and asking to provide 6.5-foot side setbacks. The subject property is 45 feet wide by 125 feet deep. Applying the required 15-foot side setbacks would result in a buildable area of, or buildable width of 15 feet. This property is zoned CR, which requires a 15-foot side setbacks and a 10-foot front setback. All of the surrounding properties are zoned residential multifamily. The applicant is proposing to meet all of the residential multifamily zoning district setbacks to create a coherent neighborhood feel. A 45-foot wide RM zone lot is required to provide 6.5-foot side setbacks, the width proposed by the applicant. At the LPA hearing on December 19th, the LPA unanimously recommended approval of this request. Staff has received 2 letters of objection from adjacent property owners. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Are there any questions for Sarah? Vice Mayor Holt?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Counselor Woodson?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Counselor King?
None.
I do not have any this time. Thanks.
Thank you.
I did miss a step, but I should probably say, are there any individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? No? Would the applicant, is the applicant here? Come on up.
Ernie Jamie, Director of Construction for Homebound.
What was your name again? I'm sorry.
Ernie
Ernie?
Jamie.
Go ahead, Ernie.
Sarah did a really good job explaining the situation here. The lot surrounded by, multifamily residential. There's a bunch of homes. There's no resorts or any type of commercial property there. So we're just trying to make this lot like the other surrounding lots where we can build a single family home.
Vice Mayor Adderholt, any questions for Ernie?
Any opposition that you've heard on this particular variance request?
I think I heard one from Sarah where the one I heard, she said there's 2, but the one I heard was somebody had concerns about beach access, but it's.
What would you like me to?
Yeah, I just was curious what those concerns were and if you had a comment to those concerns.
One neighbor was concerned that the 6.5-foot side setbacks were not adequate and they would just be too small. There was somebody who was concerned that the property behind this property would not have access, but that property does not currently gain access through that lot. It gains it through another adjacent road. And then the other one was that they were just concerned that that would look bad and that the property had not been maintained well before the storm. So they were concerned about maintenance issues.
Thank you. You have any comment on any of that?
The property owner that owned the property before the storm is no longer that owner. There's a new property owner there, and they're planning on obviously living in this home, maintaining it.
Counselor Woodson, any questions for Ernie?
No, I mean, I'm focused on the fact that it's a 45-foot lot. So the other variances really don't apply. Or the other setbacks, I should say, really don't apply.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a 15-foot wide home built on Fort Myers Beach, but it would be pretty difficult.
Right. Thanks.
Counselor King, any questions for Ernie?
I have no questions.
I do not either. Thanks, Ernie. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that would like to speak at public comment? Seeing none, are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? None. I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of resolution 23-191.
Second.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers, aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the administrative agenda, the vacancy on town council. Acknowledge receipt of Councilmember Veach's resignation on December 26, 2023. Declare a vacancy on town council and provide direction to the town manager and town attorney regarding next steps. Who's going to start this one? Go ahead. Vice
I'm
Mayor.
happy to start because
Go ahead.
I had given this some thought. As soon as I knew officially that Councilor Veach had submitted his resignation, I sent an email to the town manager and Frankie and to Nancy and Becky, just with some suggestions, and maybe this will help set the table for our discussion. I suggested that we request prospective candidates fill out an application for the vacancy, where the candidates would affirm their eligibility to serve on the town council based on the requirements of the town charter. That we would then ask a simple question as to why they feel they should be appointed to serve as a member of the Fort Myers Beach Town Council. We should also include a question as to if they plan to serve out the remainder of their term, or do they plan to serve out the remainder of the term and run for election for another term? And lastly, we would ask them to provide a copy of their most recent resume along with references, and then allow that process to take place, and then vote on that as soon as we feel like the appropriate time period has passed. And then that way the public would have be very transparent. The public could see who has interest, what their background and motivation is, and then we could then as a council make an informed decision at the most appropriate early time, whatever makes sense from our calendar standpoint.
That was going to be my question to you. I don't have any objections to what you laid out, those three points. Do you have a time frame that you would feel comfortable with as far as allowing the public enough time to, one, submit if they're interested, and two, review from the general public?
I think some of it from our situation, I think it would be, I guess a question for Becky is, can Councilor King vote on such things from afar?
Yeah, he did.
So, okay, so he's been
Yes.
voting, so that's not an issue. I just want to make sure that John had a chance to participate in this, and if he's allowed to, then I think if we announce this today, and that should be enough time for us to make a decision by the next meeting, I think, or whatever you all think. I could wait 2 meetings, whatever people are comfortable with.
But he'll be back before the 18th, right?
John, when are you coming
John,
back
when are you
to
coming back to the States?
or the mothership?
I'm still in the States,
Oh,
but
well, that's true. You are still in the States. That's a
I will
really
be
nice
back.
state, though.
I will be back on the 20th.
20th.
So he'd be here for the next town meeting.
Would the next, I guess, is there really a set timeline, or would it be the first meeting in February make more sense to allow time for notification? The town clerk is nodding her head, so
That makes sense.
not
Yeah,
the
to
next
have it in
meeting, but the
February.
first meeting in February. I think that makes the most sense. Are you okay
I'm
with
fine
that?
with that. Yeah, that's fine.
John, are you okay with that?
Certainly.
do you have anything to add to what the vice mayor laid out as far as the application, the questionnaire, and the resume?
Well, it's not something that I think is a deal killer for me, but I just have, it seems intrusive to ask people whether they want to run for the seat or not. Especially, you know, once you get involved, you might change your mind.
For daily.
I mean, I'm not opposed to asking the question if they.
The asking of the question does not presuppose any prejudice one way or the other. If they on their application, say that they're not going to run and then get engaged and they choose to run, and then they'll have to, deal with that with the voters. And that's fine. And if they say they're going to run and then they don't run because of the exhaustion factor of the job, that's fine too. There's nothing that would hold them or put them in place in stone. I just think it would be interesting to voters to know what at least at this point in time, what your intentions are.
Okay, thank you for that
I
clarification.
think, I'm not.
I think the only other thing I would add would, that whoever applies would have to fill out that Form 6.
Well, I think that's that would be a requirement.
They have to.
They have to, do it, yeah.
Well, no, not all the applicants, but whomever is chosen.
Whoever's chosen, right?
Right.
Well, maybe that's just one of the things that you add into the questionnaires. Are you
Aware of it?
You're aware of it and that you would have to fill it out
Yes.
should you be selected for the
Yeah,
seat,
that's a good idea.
just so there's no confusion.
Correct.
And
Other-
so anyone in this temporary position or to the remaining 10 months position has to follow all the requirements of living on the 7 Mile Island and all those other requirements that we have, correct?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All of them.
Okay. And I just want to compliment Vice Mayor Adahold on moving into the HR realm.
Yeah. That's dangerous.
Congratulations or condolences. I'm not exactly sure. Is there any other discussion Madam Clerk?
Mayor and council, are you only intending to announce it here today, or do you want some form of advertisement or?
Yeah, I would think if we could send it out, I mean, the more people we can reach, there may not be.
No, I think what we could do is just do a public press release or
On the website.
on the website, some kind of a posting that the Observer and Beach Talk could pick up and other media outlets could pick up.
Yeah, and you always put that on Facebook and everything else too. So
Yeah.
I think that's sufficient.
Do we have to take a vote?
Yes,
Director.
it doesn't need to be roll call, but yes.
Okay,
Do you need a motion?
I think we need a motion.
I would move approval of the procedures that were just discussed to replace a vacancy on the Fort Myers Beach Town Council. And I would also move that we, after assuming this is adopted, that we incorporate this procedure into our official procedures that Becky's currently working on for future reference.
Before I second, it looks like the town manager has something to add.
You might want to add in there that you acknowledge the receipt of his resignation.
And I make that motion as amended by the town manager.
I will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. Anyone? You sure? You look like you're on the fence. You had the look.
You might want to put in there,
You
I'm
gotta
sorry.
identify it, so
You might want to put in there.
You got to identify yourself again.
I'm
though.
sorry, Denise Clint. You might want to put in that, whatever you're going to put out, something about the position, like when do you meet? Is it beside just these meetings during the day? Do you meet at night? How many times? Things like that, just for people to know.
You know, that's when we choose the next well, let's make sure there's no public comment first. Any other public comment? Here none, we'll close public comment. It's a very question. All the positions, Horizon Council, TDC, all these other committees that we're involved in, will we have to reseat those after the appointment of the next person that is going to fill that seat? Do we have to redo all of that at that time?
I'll have to look in the code. I honestly don't know. In some places you do, in some places you don't,
Okay.
but I'll check.
But I think it's important to add the information of, the expectations of the person that's filling that seat, being on other committees. It's not just the 3 meetings that they think we only have 3 meetings. It's the other things that go into it.
Well, and it's also all the individual meetings that are requested by us by developers and things happening now due to
Sure.
Hurricane Ian, because we don't meet as a group on those, but they're all individual meetings that we go to.
And on top of the committees that you volunteer for, to be
Right.
the liaison for. So I think as descriptive as possible so that those that choose to enter the realm know exactly what they're getting into. All right, town manager items.
Thank you, Mayor. I think one thing also, I made a note, the Resilient League Committee, former Councilor Beach was a part of that. So I'm not sure if one of you would be filling that, or I thought I heard that Karen was the backup, but I don't know how, excuse me, Councilor Woodson, I'm sorry, was the backup. So I guess that just follows suit until you fill the spot, but that falls into that. There's a couple of meetings they have in the next couple of weeks. They're trying to finalize their plan, March 9th, I think, or something like that. So we just need to be mindful of that. As we sit here in one of our wins, I know a lot of people say, why are we doing this and not doing this? And, this is more important, but this is just as important to get our facility back open up. And so we can actually have things like this if we need to, large public gatherings. So, kudos to Jeff and his staff and, for working diligently to get here. We've got a temporary CO and we're working to get the final, and there's still some spit and polish that needs to go in a few places, but we're back. As you can tell, we don't have heat today, but we should have heat this week. It won't need it hopefully again, but our apologies. The town hall trailers, we're working.
Mr. Town Manager, before you gloss over that too much, this is a pretty substantial accomplishment. And Jacob, if you would, I don't want to be like the director here, but I know you have the skills. Could you take the camera just for folks who might be watching and just kind of go in a circle so that people could see the building? And Andy, if you would, I went in, I saw the weight room. The equipment is there. It's not officially open to the public yet, but you want to just give a little, it sounds like we're close.
Yeah, Jeff can get up and if he wants to speak a little bit about that, but yes, he and I talk about it daily. When are we going to do this? When are we going to open that? He's probably tired of me asking, but just getting a garage door replaced over there, as you can see, was a big deal. To us, it's like, wow, people see it. Oh, it's a garage door. But yeah, we had plywood up there, 2 weeks ago. And you see these things happening, and now we're starting to see a few things now that the lights are on and everything that, well, okay, we can tweak this and do this, but it's stuff that not holding us up. But Jeff, talk a little bit about your facility.
Yeah, Jeff Hauge, Director of Cultural Parks and Rec. And Mr. Town Manager, we actually won't be using spit to polish. We'll use other things. So, yeah, so we have the temporary CO to be in here. So we have the kids from Beach Elementary that were here during the winter break, and then they'll be walking over and using this facility to get over here for after-school programs, before care, when we decide to open that up, when we have enough participants. So it's ready to go for the kids. We just have a few things to do yet to punch off the list for the CO.
So Jeff, just I hate to belabor all this, but people, to the town manager's question, because people are always, not everybody, but some people are critical. Why are you focusing on your recreational facility? I think it's important to stress that as part of our agreement with Lee County School District, we had to have this facility open for before school and after school care as part of the agreement to save the beach school. So that obviously added prioritization to this facility. Just want to state the obvious, but for people that are wondering why so much emphasis on this, that was a piece of that puzzle. Is that fair?
That's 100% fair. Yeah, we had a part of the interlocal agreement to have this open for the school kids. We were temporarily housed at Mound House for the first couple weeks of that, first month of that, but now we are open. The school actually in the agreement has the ability to use this facility for I think it was like Wednesdays for FIED and physical education. So there's a number of things in that interlocal agreement that we had to fulfill, and this building was a key part of that. Yep. The other things is, I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but we have pickleball going on in the back finally, which is great. We've had a number of people out there throughout the day. It does double as the basketball court for right now, so just be cautious of that when you come down. And then also just be cautious of, we're still, in the post-hurricane mode, so just be cautious when you're down here. We've tried to make everything safe as we can, but there are a few things that are still out there.
Jeff, I'm just going to ask this because pickleball is such a big part of the culture of Fort Myers Beach, especially the leagues that are held here. Are the leagues going to kick in at some point, or is it just chaos? Is it unorganized play at this point, or is there a formal schedule?
Yeah, there's not a formal schedule outside. Outside has always been open to the general public, free of charge. We will start to have, hopefully by next week, have indoor pickleball. There is a charge for that, $5 for residents, $10 for non-residents, but we are looking to get that open. We have 10 courts. We've had a few inquiries about doing a tournament in here already. When we get back up, I think Community Foundation has asked to do that. So we know how big pickleball is. We actually are putting out RFP for the new pickleball courts, part of the redevelopment plan. So we'll have 4 brand new courts, kind of by where the town hall trailers are right now. So we're working on a number of things. The ball field will also go out for RFP. Just community assets that we can get to generate some visitors coming down too. They can stay in our hotels. They can practice baseball, especially in the winter, or softball, or whatever it might be, that they can come down, stay in the hotels, and utilize our facilities.
Jeff, won't hold you to this, but when do you feel that residents will be able to come in and start using the weight room? And
we're hoping for next week. Yeah, we have the temporary CO, which can accommodate a number of people in the building, as you can see. Just the CO will need to be done when we officially are just open. But we're hoping. I mean, the gym equipment's done, so we could even open as part of the gym equipment. The cardio room actually right now is needing a duct detector, so we won't have the cardio open maybe next week, but we'll see what the contractor schedule is to get that open. But we're talking very, very soon now instead of in the near future.
And then just to update didn't know it off the top of my head, but I was asked a question for the weight room. If you're a resident, it's how much? If you're a non-resident, it's how much?
Yeah, I believe it's 65 if you're a resident for the year, and 140, 135 for a non-resident to start.
And so that year membership, that's not just for the weight room. Could you explain what that membership gets you?
Yeah, it's anything to the facilities. If you're a member, you actually get reduced rates on bus trips, and reduced rates on the before and after care if you're not a resident. So you get reduced rates on things. You have access to the gym, have access to the weight room and the cardio room, for sure. Yep, and then that reduced rate too, when you're a member, even the pickleball goes down to $5 whether you're a resident or not.
I know you've been swamped with stuff, but at some point you're going to make a quest to see if we could be eligible for that silver sneaker program again.
We actually are still on the list. The feedback I get from them is we'll call you when there's an opening. But we've been persistent and kind of bugging them about it because I know it needs to be done on the island.
Especially given Hurricane Ian and all. I would assume
Yeah,
they'd give us a hardship, maybe exception or something.
That's our argument. Is there's a lot of places that aren't available now off the island. Some that aren't available, so we'd like to be considered as a barrier island.
And I would encourage you at some point to reach out to our congressional representative as well as our 2 senators on that, because I think they might be able to help as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, certainly.
So the cards that we had for membership before, are they still valid? And then we'll show up that you need to pay your annual fee, or how does that, or we're just starting from scratch?
We'll start over from scratch. We lost all those membership cards, so we had to
Okay.
order all new batches and new computer equipment and all that to scan in. So we'll reissue those. There wasn't very many, but we have a few people that paid the membership. before the storm. They were kind of proactive about it. So we're gonna honor those obviously for another year to come in. We're kicking around a little bit of a trial period so people can come in and use the new workout equipment, brand new workout equipment, and test it out, before they become a member. So we want to have a kind of a trial period as well. More to come. Check our Facebook page for that. We'll be coming out with that soon.
And is there a family membership? Like you said, 65 for a resident, but is there a family resident?
There is a family. Sorry, off the top of my head,
I'll look at the feed.
We can post it on our Facebook page, but yeah, there's all sorts of options. There's family. There's monthly. There's whatever. So we'll work it out.
Counselor King, you have any questions for Jeff before we?
Nope, just appreciate your hard work, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Great job.
Thank you.
A couple other things we're working on, Jason and staff. Jason, now our legislative liaison, we've gotten our appropriation request to the state. Also working on getting, for the first time, appropriations request to the federal government. So we're working on those things too, to be able to do a lot more. And I think, for the federal government, we're going to look at dredging the canals and beach renourishment, things of that nature that are more of a global ask than what we do at the state. So we're not really duplicating our request. Planning to have a contractor meeting. We discussed it, but now that we're getting closer to the trailers and closer to a settled area, I'm going to be setting up with Joe. Joe Specht is finally, the building official has finally got his feet on the ground, and he's really, finding his way. So I'm going to be working with him in the next couple of weeks to establish our agenda and reach out to a few of the builders and contractors in the area to bring them in and have those discussions again and get going in that area. So one other thing we are continuing to try to, I am continuing to evaluate and open positions for sure. And the public information officer, and we had public works / utilities manager. So I'm focusing on some of those things, and those should be coming in a little more clearer this week with interviews. And so we'll be fast tracking that a little bit, if you will, to hopefully get those positions filled and move forward. But our objective is the trailers. It's right here in front of us, literally in front of us. And so they've almost got the quad finished on the inside, but our biggest hang up is the electric. And you approved an electrician today, but the biggest hang up of all is FPL. And that seems to be a continual, broken record that we keep playing, but we've reached back out to them. Emails on Friday or Thursday afternoon resulted in a response that, we're coming out to meet with you this week. We don't want to, they unfortunately it has to come to some of those emails, but we should have some resolution. That will be the biggest hang up. There's some things we can do to get in there with generators and things like that would work and would be fine, and you wouldn't know a difference as far as the electricity is concerned and being able to use the facility. But we'd like to be finished. We'd like to have it, turnkey, so we can just walk in. And furniture is going to be another thing. We've got that on order, so we're working to get the furniture and brought that in, the furniture we have. And the other trailers belongs to the state, so we had to furnish these. So Frank's been working diligently to get the furniture taken care of. Hopefully that will have that resolved and get those on the desk and get some chairs and some tables that we can get set up and have our meetings there. Where, if the council would like to do a walkthrough this week, we can climb a ladder and get in. It's a little rough, but we can get in there in one of them. The other two, they're working and should be here today and back today to start setting up the triple wide. Reason why it hadn't been set up yet is so they could so the plumbers could get it to the inside and the electricians and start running the conduit, and it wouldn't be an interference with having to go underneath and around some trailers that are sitting there. But we got a pretty good setup over there. I took the mayor in last week to show him. We've got a council chambers that is unique. It's in a trailer, but it's very unique, and they're very solid. They're very well built. So we're excited about what we have in front of us there. Let me see what else I had. Tier 1, I think that's the biggest thing that's in front of everybody. I know Frank and Steve and I have been working to get that going, and we are right on the the cusp of starting to get the duck bills put in. So I'll allow Frank to talk a little bit about that.
So the duckbill project is going to be starting first before we kick off the tier one. It's going to address Crescent, First, 3rd Street downtown area that were missed the last time they did the sewer, the storm sewer improvement. Those have already gotten, the same contractor is going to be doing it. It's called Andrew Site Work that was already approved by council to do the tier one project. We are just awaiting for final logistical availability of a couple of the duck bills that they have gotten. We should have those up and running, hopefully, or at least the project up and running, hopefully, by either later this week or the first part of next week. We'll have clarification on when they're actually going to start going in the ground.
So are they waiting to start until they have all the product? Is there a reason why they couldn't start installing what they do have?
They do not have the product, so we're waiting to get the actual
So
product.
they haven't received any of the duck bills yet.
I think they have a couple of the smaller ones. It's the larger ones that are the biggest impact first, are the ones that we need to, because they have to be approached also from the water side, below water level. And I think they wanted to bite that off first before they did the others.
And have they given you an inclination of how long it's going to take to install the duck bills?
Once they get going, you're talking about a 3-week from the time they first shovel in the ground till that whole project is complete in the downtown area. It goes rather quickly. It's the two larger ones that are going to take the most amount of time because they have to be approached below the water line. The one on Crescent, and I believe the other one is off of First. That has to be done that way. As far as tier one goes, we're in the final stages of getting our final go from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, as well as with some of the SRF language that we're needing in place. The vendor is already looking to have stock on hand, again, same vendor, and we're looking to have that kicked off either the last part of this month or the very first week in February for actual shovel in the ground, pipe being put in.
Go ahead. Well, I probably could ask the same
Go
question you're
ahead.
going to
I'll
ask.
let you ask.
Is there a rough idea as to what streets will come first? And when?
Yes, we've expressed this a few different meetings that Andy and I have been involved in, and we're going to go, obviously, when the project was delineated, they just went and brought the project into 4 quadrants, and so A, B, C, and D, and what they did, they just logically went down the streets, not looking at any problem areas. We said from the get-go, when we started getting involved with this months ago, like Bahia Via, areas like that were constantly underwater, even from a 1-inch rain, that they had to be addressed. Since that time, we've met with Tetra Tech, who's the managing engineers of the project, and Eric Fay, he's spoken before you a number of times now. We've gotten together and we put together a list of like Sterling. I'm going to leave somebody out, and I know they're going to call in, but like Sterling, Seminole, Curlew, Flamingo, Bahia Via, those type of streets that are constantly below grade as it is, those are the ones that are going to be addressed first. Now, that said, you're not going to be able to go from one grouping and jump over here and jump over here. We're going to try to do it in the most logical fashion. So there is a grouping of those streets that are fairly close to each other, and that's where they'll start, and then they'll progress to those other streets before we even kick off the rest of that program.
And that makes perfect sense, Frankie. But if what seems like with the hunger from the public is just some kind of an indication as to which streets will be first and which will be second, third, and just in a timeline ballpark as to when they will come in.
So that initial onset, end of this month, first part of next month, that initial onset will have your Sterling, your Seminole, Curlew, Flamingo, Bahia Via, those group of low-lying streets that we constantly get.
Totally get that, but
Yeah.
do we have a list of those streets that we could release?
Not at this point, no.
Okay,
No,
as soon as we get that list. that
Yeah,
would be
we're
great.
going to not only put that on social media, we're going to put that everywhere we possibly can. We're also going to get a flyer made up and have those sent to those people on those streets that, hey, we're starting this point, and that's where it's going to go.
Perfect. Thank you.
One of the projects, the Turtle Friendly Streetlight Project, and we are waiting now for delivery of the lights and the poles, and they will be staging them in 3 different locations. They'll start with our south tower, staging down there. So those things will be coming, and when we hopefully will get some kind of indication this week when they'll start delivery and installation. So that's fingers crossed there.
I know the mayor has been deluged with these questions on his weekly show, but at some point, can we have some kind of a presentation to the council as to what the whole program will look like? And, you know, how it's broken down? Who, it's its own unique program versus an FP&L program. The town will own it. I mean, I think some of this stuff would be great just to have a nice overview when you're ready to let people know, and also again, the timeline. I just, a lot of people aren't necessarily, I think they're just curious about timelines. Yeah. And what it is.
One of the thing, I don't want to steal the vice mayor's thunder. In the past, you've had Lee County Sheriff's Office extra duty traffic detail. I just became aware of this a couple of weeks ago, so I pulled the last agenda item in the agreement. So I'll be reaching out to Captain Layler to get this set up so we can move forward and bring it back to you, hopefully sooner rather than later, so we can have the coverage. And before it was signal enforcement beginning Thanksgiving weekend through January 15th, which we're in the middle of that now. Traffic lights beginning Thanksgiving weekend through April 17th. Traffic lights coverage Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day coverage. We can talk about if there's more that you would like to see covered. We've got the money for the community policing. I met with Captain Layler, and he had some suggestions. I need to follow up with him. Possibly, I know how important it was to each of us, but the mayor had kind of been working on it for several years, so I want to get him involved so we can get that nailed down and incorporate all of this together and move forward.
I think when you put that together, I don't know that it was in the original agreement, but if you can add Old San Carlos and Estero Boulevard, since it's going to be several months before that signal is up and running, that's a very important one to have traffic control.
Yeah,
I don't know that it's on that or not.
It talks about to provide extra traffic duty detail at the light at the base of the bridge by Times Square and enforcement of the signal at Old San Carlos Boulevard and Estero Boulevard, 5th Street. So, yeah, I got it.
I would leave yourself enough flexibility so we can handle that Crescent Street intersection as well. But also, I think just because you guys weren't here, and the mayor can add to this, I'm sure, is that it's great to have these off-duty officers, but it's so important that they're given some instruction, because everybody's got to be on the same page. That's why I love the intersection of the community police officers who will be on the island, you know, in essence, full time, working with these additional officers so we can keep this continuity of philosophy. Because again, we had certain officers who would, anytime somebody would walk up, they would hit the light, stop traffic, and let that one person cross, as opposed to waiting till 6 or 7 people got there. But some of that basic stuff is so important.
Yeah, we've also, I've kind of empowered Tom Yazzo. He's our manager in what you formerly called base, to work with Lee County Sheriff's Office. You know, he has that mindset of former police officer, and he's got a good communication. He did that with the fireworks and was part of the project, and he gave me a before and after report and things. I mean, it was really concise and very detailed. So we'll be incorporating him as a communication tool.
Moving forward, if I could just add to the town manager, there's a certification that our staff can go through to get certified as a traffic person. And so we've already started the groundwork on that, looking at what we need to do and people that would want to do that for us.
Frankie, I don't want to belabor this, but I love the idea of involving the base people, particularly during critical times, to supplement. I mean, it's all hands on deck when the traffic's bad, because that affects everybody's quality of life. So I think that's a great idea.
That it? No. Well, all right. Well, do you have any? Because what I'm going to ask is going to take both of you. So
okay,
we'll go to the town attorney items and then
follow up with that.
Okay, I will anticipate what you're going to ask me.
Okay.
Okay.
Anticipate away.
Okay. I think the question was raised earlier today as to whether the town has the appropriate ordinances in place in order to give us the ability to properly force people, essentially to tear down structures that need to be torn down, keep lawns mowed, keep everything in good condition. And yes, we absolutely do have that. The town has adopted the International Property Maintenance Code, which is an excellent tool that is used by most cities and counties with regard to building and property maintenance. And so we've got the tools in our toolbox as far as, what we need in order to make all that happen.
Okay, then I'll bring me to my next question then. Process. What's the process of implementing that? I mean, it's been long enough. So this is where I think what is the process the manager has to follow to implement that?
Okay.
Timeframes that have to be implemented to be able to actually take action.
All right. The code actually sets forth, a specific process, which starts with a determination by the town officials that something needs to happen. And that's usually having to do with code enforcement, the building official, whatever it is. And then a notice goes out to the property owners, and they are given a certain amount of time to take care of the problem. There are different time frames. Basically, at the bottom line, it's a reasonable time. If, for instance, it would be a shorter period of time to mow the grass versus tear a building down, because it's pretty easy to mow the grass. It's not quite so easy to tear a building down. So they would get the notice. They would be given a certain amount of time in order to accomplish it. If they don't accomplish it, code enforcement would go out there, check to see if it's happened. If it hasn't happened, then they would be given another notice to tell them that, in fact, we are taking the building down, or we're going to mow the grass and put a lien on it. So they will be notified, and then we will have contractors that it typically would not be town employees, but we would contract it out. And the money that it costs the town in order to accomplish the work gets put on as a lien against that property. And then after a certain amount of time, you can authorize me to foreclose the liens if you want to.
Okay. I know I have more questions. I just had it slip my mind. So we've already sent out one round of first letters that you drafted, correct? Was it you or Nancy? Someone sent the letters out.
Correct. We did that October.
And I assume we have received responses from some, but maybe not all, as to where they're at.
Correct.
We've updated that list.
Correct.
So do we have to go around and redo that list? Or is there a plan to go around and redo the list, or look at properties that maybe weren't on the list the first time, but are on the list now?
I think to be concise and put forth our best effort, we need to just have staff go back and look at the addresses, double check to make sure that nobody's, they've done it or haven't done it, just in case somebody did something we didn't know about it. But we can check our demo permits, but that doesn't always mean somebody, applied for a permit. But we can, we put those together. The one thing is the FEMA related homes, and that's something that's, kind of in a different wheelhouse, and we'll talk to Becky and see what our legal options are there for addressing those properties. Because it's like when we started talking about town hall, they kept saying, yeah, take it down. Well, no, wait, we need it. We need a photo evidence, and we need real evidence. A photo's not good enough. So we just have to work through that.
So back to you, say I have a property and I just put fencing around it, but the building needs to come down. It's still unsafe, even though, does that fall within legal ramifications of doing enough? Just
No.
securing the property?
No, just securing the property is not enough. They will need to tear it down. I mean, it's been a year since the hurricane, more than a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously for public safety purposes, the properties needed to be fenced to keep people out of them. But at this point, they need to come down if they're going to come down. If they're not going to come down, then they need to be fixed.
Well, and so we're talking about specifically structures, but say, we'll just use the Times Square property as an example. There's no structure there, but it's definitely not safe, but there's a fence around it. Is that something that could be within what we're talking about here, that if you don't, you've got this much
Yes.
time to remove it like all your neighbors have and make it safe, that you don't need a fence?
But didn't we put the fence up? Don't they have to pay for that fence
I
or
don't
pay us
know.
back?
I don't think we did the fence. did we?
We didn't do that. They did that one.
They did that. Okay.
Yes, basically, under the International Property Maintenance Code, you've got to bring everything back to code. It's got to be, a sound structure. It has to have the appropriate landscaping, and you've got to keep it mowed, that sort of thing.
So back to you. Oh, go ahead,
If,
Frankie.
if I may interject something, the abatement process is going to be the same regardless of if we're doing a structure or we're doing a lawn. It's just the time frame involved. When we go to abate a property and put a lien or a service, a contractor service on that property to take down that structure, it's just a longer time frame and the steps that we need to go to. They still would apply to a foundation that's left standing, areas like that. Whereas the lawn, to go ahead and abate somebody to, or put a lien against a property just to go maintain trees and grass, is a very simple, less complex problem.
Well, my hope is that we don't have to get to that point, but I think this is my personal opinion, and I'll let the other council members weigh in. We've come to that point, in my opinion, that we've given people plenty of time. Those that have chosen to take care of their properties have done so. Those have chosen not to, for whatever reason, it gets into that similar situation we had earlier, property rights for two separate people. I think we've been more than fair as a council in a town in allowing people to do what they want to do, but there are people that are just going to do nothing. And I don't think we can wait any longer. So I guess my question, if it's okay with my fellow councilors, I would like to give you direction to, or we would like to give you direction to start that letter, get it out, give us, first, what would be your time frame? 30, 60, 90 days? What is it that you said a reasonable amount of time? What
It
would that
needs
be?
to be reasonable. I don't know the availability of companies to come and remove structures. I have no idea. I think immediately after the hurricane, it was difficult to get them. And I don't know if that's gotten better.
So I know we had talked about an RFP going out
Right.
for a contractor to be able to do this kind of work.
And we
What
need-
is the time frame from, what is the least amount of time we can have an RFP out to get a contractor in place to do the work?
Well, as soon as we can put the RFP together, which a week to put it together.
Shouldn't take that, yeah, no more
Yeah,
than that at the
and
most.
then give the contractors, you can give them usually 2 to 3
2 to
weeks is
3.
the least you could do.
And
And
something
then-
like this, it's a little different than, they don't have to come up with how do I build this building and
Oh,
what,
no.
all that. This is pretty simple, straightforward. They know what their costs are to landfill costs and things like that.
Yeah,
So a
20
2 to 3
28
week
days.
thing, a 21-day thing would turn around is good enough for that. And then we can see what we get for bids and then go from there.
I'm just trying to get to a point where we could have a solid date that the council could give direction on whether we want to move forward with that or not. As to letters are going to go out on this date that'll allow you this much time to come into compliance, or these contractors are going to come in and do the work for you.
We can get letters out in the next couple of weeks, I'm just giving 2 weeks just so it gives us enough time to go by all the properties and that type of thing, and then give to the end of February, which will coincide with selecting, possibly getting it, have to bring it to the council. So I don't know how quickly we could get one back. Maybe by the second meeting in February, we could shoot for that to have it before you to approve it.
So can we send out letters of intent of, you've got till this time running concurrent with trying to secure the RFP for a contractor? Do we have to wait
Sure.
till we have the contractor and then send out the
No,
letter?
no, we don't. Because we don't have to tell them exactly how much it's going to cost for starters.
Or who's coming to take it down.
Right, right.
And we're
It's just gonna
talking,
do it.
we're talking commercial and residential,
Yeah.
right?
Correct. Yes.
the reason I mean, seeing what you see now with as many people that are here,
Oh.
I was telling Andy the other day, going by a building, I won't say what building it was, but there's no fence up, there's no nothing, and there were 3 kids climbing over the glass
Yeah.
while their parents were standing there watching them so they could get a picture of the kids inside the torn up building. And it's just a matter of time before someone gets seriously hurt. So I'll ask my fellow counselors, are you, we'll start with you, Counselor King. Based on what you've heard, are you okay with giving direction to the town manager to move forward with drafting a letter of the town's intent to move forward with cleaning up a property? Say, send it out on the 1st?
That
What
sounds
date-
fair
that
enough,
Gives
yeah.
you enough time to
Gives us
put
plenty of
together
time.
First, and then what time?
No later
frame?
than the 1st, and then that we give, probably a 4-week notice. Well, they
No,
need
I
to
mean, how many
receive
days
it.
for them to come into compliance?
Most definitely.
What's that?
I think
Most
the last
definitely.
letter was, we needed a response within like 30 days of the date of the letter, which went out, and so we would just have to work through that, probably something similar within, 28 days of the date of the letter, or by a date certain, and just say February. If we send them out February 1st, February 28th, February 14th, we could figure that date out, whatever.
So could we say letters are going to go out on, what is February 1st? I don't even know what the date is. Anybody got a-
Today's only the 8th.
That'd be a Thursday, February 1st. And then they would have till March 1st to come into compliance. That would give us time to secure a contractor to be able to do the work. Is everyone okay with that?
I mean, if there can be moved up on a time schedule, I mean, that would be the furthest out.
Well, I'm just trying to give the public enough information.
No, I
enough
get it, but
Time to understand this is the direction that's been given and what's coming, so it can't be, I got something on the 28th and you're here on the 1st.
Correct. And while things are working simultaneously, that'll give us time. We can, as far as taking care of, their landscaping and all that, that can be a faster turnaround. You have 14 days and we can get those letters out probably quicker. I know Vinny's been doing a lot of work to get all that set up and the code cases set up on that. So that should go quicker.
So would you be comfortable with the language of not to exceed letters to go out past February 1st?
Yes.
And not to exceed past March 1st
yes.
for compliance? Is that? the best
Yeah,
way to
I
say it?
think so. And that way, if we could get them out earlier, I mean, I think everybody's had enough time. And I'm just kind of like, done.
Vice Mayor, you're awful quiet.
No, I'm just listening. I think it seems reasonable, and it sounds like we have built into the system after the first round of letters went out. It sounds like some people may have come to you and said, hey, here's my situation. I've secured the property, I've mowed the lawn, I picked up the trash, but I can't tear it down because I'm waiting for insurance. They've showed you that. You have a sort of an ombudsman role where you can find who the good actors are and trying to, in good faith, as long as we maintain some level of common sense in this, if we find somebody who really has showed good faith and they've really done everything they can and they've demonstrated a hardship to the town. But other than that, I'm very comfortable with moving forward.
We don't need to vote on that, do we? Or does it?
No, you've just given everybody direction.
Okay. Did everybody keep that straight out there? No? You didn't keep it straight? Okay. Do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember items and report. Counselor King.
Just mahalo to my colleagues for accommodating me on this, and I appreciate it.
What time is it over there?
It is now 8:03 in the morning.
So what, you were on at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m.? 3?
Well, I got up at 2:30 this morning and then got on at 4.
4, okay. And you get to do this all over again on the 18th.
Counselor Woodson.
Yeah, I just have a couple of things. Okay, so we were talking about Resilient Lee. And I am back up to Bill on that. I have no problem in continuing that, but I just don't even know when the next meetings are or anything like that, so I can I'll get with Jason.
Yep, get with Jason. He'll
Okay.
follow up with you.
Okay, if If for some reason, I mean, I will do my darndest to make it work, but if for some reason I can't, is there a backup then for backup?
Either one of us.
Okay.
If you run into a problem, let me know.
Okay, I mean, I will do everything I can to do that, so. So I am also the liaison to the council for Let's Go FMB. And we've had a lot of discussion. We've had meetings with Lee County on the pier. Lee County has now gone out to RFP about the first process of looking at the current pier, what it would take to rebuild. Evidently, they have to get that information first in order for the FEMA reimbursements and that type of thing. The last meeting that we had with Dave Horner and his team, and it was the Let's Go FMB subset group. What they were requesting, they said that one of the things that they would need in order to look at a different setup, a different layout, a proposed new pier, bigger, better, whatever you wanted to be, was an endorsement letter from the council that we were willing to endorse looking into that. So I don't know what the process is. I don't know where everyone stands on this. If you're interested in doing that, or just where we are with it.
Since you asked, I would absolutely support the town council sending such a letter to the county commissioners for them to encourage them to explore other newer, different, bigger, better options. And I'd be very comfortable with that letter.
Yeah, I don't have any objection to it as long as it doesn't tie us into a percentage of things that we have to pay for. You know, if it's just that we support looking into, speak of the devil, look into looking into other options. I'm all for it.
Well, and I also think, I mean, let's be real. If we endorse it, then they're going to come back to us with a cost share, but that's step 2.
Sure.
But I just want to know the support that we would give as a town to Lee County. And so I guess, John, where are you with that, or?
Yeah, you have my support.
Okay. So then the next steps would be, could I get with you, Becky, for that letter? And
it probably should be a resolution, unless you want it to go out before the next meeting. Because a resolution just looks stronger. But if you need it to go out before the next meeting, then a letter would be.
I don't think I think this is going to be a long enough process the way it is. So I think if it looks stronger as a resolution, then that would be the direction that we want to go.
Yeah, I guess I don't have any objection to it, depending on the wording. Would Becky then have to work with their legal staff in drafting exactly what it is they're looking to see, or is just that?
I think what I need to do is talk with y'all as to what you want it to say exactly and put it together. And then we can, if we need to tweak it at the meeting,
okay,
we can tweak it at the meeting.
Right, because the only notes that I have from our last meeting with Dave Horner and group is send letter to the board, their board, Lee County Board of Commissions, to do something different. Willing to give the town of Fort Myers Beach Council support.
That's very consistent. Every time Commissioner Sandelli somebody asks him something about Fort Myers Beach, he wants to know exactly what the position is of the town council. And I think that's a fair position for the county to ask. And I think I strongly support your efforts to look bigger and bolder and different. There you go.
Great, thank you. So we'll bring that up then on the 18th as a resolution. Oh,
22nd.
Oh, we're 22nd? I thought we were at 18th. Huh. No, never mind. It's not the 18th. I'm like, oh, I've got all kind of fun plans on the 18th. That's why it keeps sticking in my head. 22nd.
Anything else?
No, I think we already talked about that we will need to, or we're thinking that we're going to replace liaisons for Bill on whatever he was on.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
he was going to look into that.
perfect. Okay.
Vice Mayor Earl?
I would draw my, first of all, the town clerk's attention, but also my colleagues' attention to our second regular meeting in February. We had moved that because Counselor Veach had a conflict on the 19th. We'd moved that to the 20th. I'm wondering if everybody's comfortable with us moving it back to Monday, the 19th.
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
the town is closed on Monday, the
It's
19th.
President's Day.
Oh. Well, that makes that point mute. Okay, well, I'll move on.
That was solved. That was easy.
I just thought that'd be easier for people because we're used to meeting on Mondays. It gets confusing, but if we're closed, we're closed. So that makes sense. Town hall closed. Who, Mr. Town Manager, is responsible from the town for the street sign program? Is that who's wearing that hat?
It's several people. I guess Jason had started it. It's kind of handed off to Floor, and I'm kind of overseeing with Floor right now.
Is it still ongoing?
It's still ongoing. There's we're at the point now. This week, I'm going to ride around. We're just going to go double check, probably Jason, and just make sure that what they put up is proper. There were some signs that were just delayed for whatever reasons, but they're still coming, so it's not completely finished. They asked me the other day, just Thursday or Friday, about the responsibility of like the crosswalks and speed limit signs and things like that on Estero. And of course, that's the county, so they're not doing those. So I think they're almost completed with the town. But if you see anything where in your travels, let us know if for some reason, if we don't go to the same places. But there's going to be a town-wide drive around probably with Floor in the next couple of days just to make sure we've got all everything up.
Just by way of reference, I had a couple constituents reach out to me to let me know that the Bay Beach Road sign is nailed to a tree. Yep. Okay. So you've
That's
heard.
the old sign. Yeah.
All right. Beautiful.
And there was one already taken out
Several.
by, several already taken out by trucks.
Oh, I just thought I'd ask, I don't know if the mayor wants to do this or the town manager or whoever, just to give a quick reminder and a thumbnail overview of what we're going to be discussing for the, which I think is a wonderful idea. So I thank the mayor for initiating this, but the condo meeting on Thursday at 9:00 and where that is and what the agenda will be and who all's welcome to come or whoever wants to take that.
Sure. So the intent was to hear from someone from the board, whether it be the president, whether it be whomever, to give us, I think it's going to be about 2 hours as we have the joint meeting. So the first hour will be to hear from the condos as to what issues they're seeing, whether it's fire related issues, elevators, is the town holding them up with certain things? Get that information. Have we reached out to Chief Worth? Will someone from the fire district be there? So Chief Worth or someone will be there from the fire district, as well as our building official will be there to hear what they have to say for the first hour and then spend the second hour explaining maybe some of those questions that came up and try to get as many answers as we can within that time frame. But also if they can't, then both the fire district as well as our building official will then have hopefully as many issues, if not all the issues that are out there, that they can follow back up with the associations to let them know where we're at or where the fire district is at. Because there's a lot of things going around about, some hold up that the town is doing, but it's actually the fire district is holding up or vice versa, or it's something I know a lot of the big one now is the appraisals, why the need for the second appraisals. So I think it's important to hear from the condo associations. I hope it's not, my permit didn't get held up or their permit is this. As a building whole, I think it's important to hear from them what their biggest issues are. Are they running out of money? Are they waiting for insurance? We certainly know all of them would like us, or I would think all of them would want us to keep fighting for the moratorium on having a fully funded reserve by the end of the year. So we're certainly going to fight for that when we go up to Tallahassee at the end of the month. And we're not alone. Everybody else is going to be doing. So hopefully we can bring that across the finish line. I know Jackie with the chamber is working hard on it as well. So I don't know if that answered your question completely, but essentially just get some input from them, if there's things that we can do to help speed up the process, that is within our power, policy wise, to make some changes to help. That's part of the issue, or part of the discussion as well.
I think that's excellent. And just to remind everybody, that's going to be here at the Bay Oaks facility at 9 o'clock this Thursday on the 11th. And again, any board president, board member, or designee of the board would certainly be welcome to attend. And I would just add to the mayor's thoughts, not only problems that they're having, but if there's some board members that have had a great experience or a best practice, we'd love to hear from them as
Sure.
well. And I think your colleagues would love to hear from them as well. I took the liberty of inviting a representative from Florida Power and Light, as well as Jimmy Petronis's office, in case they've got an insurance question, because that seems to be a lot of issues for condos. I'm hoping both of those will have at least a representative there to answer questions. But I just think it's a great thing, and that's this Thursday at 9 o'clock. And then I think at 11 o'clock, also at Bay Oaks, we're having a joint meeting with the LPA to discuss
Development agreements.
And I think that's the only thing on the agenda for that. Is that right?
Parking, I think, as well. Parking and development agreements.
Okay. That's more just of an FYI for folks who are still listening, to help us get the word out.
Anything else?
That's all I've got. Thank you.
I've got just a couple of things. There's some conflicts with our Thursday M&P meetings with the TDC meetings. There's 3 in particular. If it's possible, we could get switched. We are a voting member this year, so it's important to try to be at those meetings. There's a meeting this Thursday, which obviously I won't be able to be at because we have the 2 meetings here, but it's important that we have our voice heard there. One meeting is a Thursday, May 9th. The other one would be Thursday, August 8th, and Thursday, October 10th. If everyone is okay with moving those to the Wednesday before, the day before, so that it's not in conflict with the TDC meetings. Is that what you were looking for?
Yes.
So it would be, the meeting on Thursday would be, an M&P meeting would be Wednesday, May 8th. It'd be Wednesday, August 7th, and Wednesday, October 9th.
I'm sorry, Mayor, the last one was October 9th.
It'd be October 9th, yes.
The only problem I might run into is the Lee County M&P Executive Committee meets at 1:30 in Cape Coral. So if we can, get done by noonish or 1 at the latest, I'm okay with that.
I have no conflicts with any of those changes.
Vice Mayor Addo?
No problem. That's great.
Okay. I think that everybody's okay with that schedule. That's another thing that maybe you should add to the documentation for the potential new council member is the dates for the M&P meetings as well as the council meeting. And then the other thing that I have is kind of ties into that Linnell, or the street signs. There was several people, we had worked very hard to try to work with the county about getting Linnell Road, because it was a very dangerous road with the fire district, and it was moving forward with having some sort of illuminated crosswalk there. Obviously the hurricane, just want to let people know that they're still talking with Commissioner Sandelli. Talked to him last week about it. I'll talk to him again this week about it. That, as well as what they can do from the county level to help us with the traffic mitigation at the intersections that we talked about. So as soon as I hear anything or get any kind of confirmation from them, I'll certainly let you know, but let people know so that you don't have to send in any more emails. I'm fully aware of that intersection. So is Commissioner Sandelli, and we'll work on at least trying to get them some street sign and crosswalk signs out there, as well as other crosswalks, not just that one that may be missing. We had given direction to the Public Safety Committee to try to find some of the areas in the concrete that are broken up. And if we can't seem to get that, maybe if we could designate a staff member that could go out and use whatever that app is that Chad uses, that gives you the exact coordinates of any curbing on Estero that is busted, any sidewalk that's busted, any sign that's missing, if we can get those photos to Commissioner Sandelli, he can get his team on it very quick. And I think using that app will show the specific latitude and longitude area so they know exactly where to go. So if we could get that sooner than later, then we can try to address these issues a little bit sooner than later. And that's all I've got. Anyone else have anything else to add to it? Hearing none. John?
Aloha, which means in Hawaiian, move to adjourn.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderhall. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We're